Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on this platform. At 6:45 p.m., we are going to open the school board meeting. There is nothing to report out, and that brings us, as we reconvene from closed. Bear with me, folks. That brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Turner, do us the honors.
Well, I will do so, but I want to say that I do so out of hope that what's going on now will truly make a difference, and that's where I'm coming from when I lead this. Oh, but Josh looks so big and scary right now. Anyway, okay.
I could ask Alexa to do it.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
soon. Thank you.
No, thank you. Dr. Garcia, can you please lead us in a moment of mindfulness?
Yeah, I want to invite everyone tonight to focus this moment of mindfulness on the continued tragic loss of life in our country, particularly of Black men, but of other people as well. Black women and Latina people and police officers. We are at an unprecedented time, and there's another person I'd like us to focus our moment of mindfulness on, and that's Steve and his family. Some of you may have seen that there was a tragic car accident on the Carquinez Bridge last night, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family, because his family was deeply affected. His niece and goddaughter was in that car, and he is here with us tonight.
Steve, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And thank you, everybody.
Oh, gosh.
So I will strike my chime and just invite us to take 3 deep breaths and lean into breathing the stress and trauma out of our bodies, whether it's collective or personal or secondary. Thank you all for engaging in a brief moment of mindfulness to open this meeting.
Thank you for leading that. This brings us to board reorganization. Is there something on the schedule? Do you would like to reorganize at this time? Please, let's do that.
Are there any presentations that are later on that we want to move up? I don't see any.
I'll move to approve the agenda as is.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? And abstain? All right. You got that, Steve?
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This brings us to board communications. And I would just like to lead off, if I may. There is a resident here in the community who volunteered in our school for a number of years. Her name is Julian Simpson. And she took an eternal rest on June the 5th. Yes. And then coupled with that, our community was impacted with yet another loss in a beautiful man. He's the gentle giant. He has 2 twin boys that are at our school, Mr. Daniel Grayson. And so his family, he leaves behind his mother and a brother, and I think he has 5 children of his own. And so he will be memorialized at a service next week. I'm not sure what day that is, but he has two beautiful beautiful boys, and just on the 25th, they're having their service on the 25th. So just a reflection of some beautiful lives that have been impacted by our students and staff and truly by the community. I just want to invite you to just think about them, in your thoughts and your prayers. Danny has 2 boys that are 8 years old, I think 8 or 9. They will be back on the campus when that happens, and the community is on board with making sure that we are there caring for them and supporting Abrina, their mother. They had a little daughter, and I don't know if she's one. I don't even think she's 1.
8 months.
8 months. So that was a loss. It was really impactful for myself, because the day before I was in a conversation with Danny, and we shared a hug, and we had a nice discussion. And he lives right across the street from my brother, and we would yell back and forth. He's out on the patio. I'm like, Danny, and so and he died the very next day. So that was hard. So. And then lastly, our community has had its moments of lots of sadness, even given the spirit of what's going on right now in this country. And it is absolutely impacting our community, believe me in it. So I have a heart of pride for all the people who are standing beside us, and who are letting us be in front, those who are ready to catch our backs when we fall backwards, in your words, in your actions, and in your thoughts of helping to propel the racial unrest in this nation to a whole different perspective, and seeing humanity as just that. Humanity, because at the end of the day, we're all human, and it is always a good time to do the right thing. And so on tomorrow, Blacks across this country will be celebrating or honoring Juneteenth. It's Freedom Day. So it's a day that the slaves were freed in that last little part of Texas. And so this community, led by some young folks in the community, are going to be at Rocky Grand Park at 3:00 with their mask and socially distance, or however they're going to do it. Rocky Grand Park is open now in honor of Juneteenth. And perhaps one day in America, it will become a national holiday. So I want to share that with you. Thank you for the platform. Turn that over to other board members to share in this time of communication.
I just want to share a little bright note about the 8th grade graduation, and how amazingly wonderful that was. We drove our convertible incognito in the mask and drove Miss Anita around through town. It was just to have the community out and cheering, and the proud graduates on the backs of the convertibles. And it was just, it was a great way to end the year, I think. a crazy, mixed up, brave year for the staff, students, everybody in our district. And I heard a lot of people saying we should do this every year, no matter what, virus or not, as a celebration of the graduation. So I think it was a bright moment in our time lately. So I really enjoyed being a part of it.
Yeah, I did too, Caroline. I wish I could have driven. But
I had an extra seat. You could have come with us.
I think what I liked most was really seeing these kids and their outfits, and it was incredibly joyful, and I even got a hug in or two, and that was really great. I was wearing my mask, and I have to say too, as I read through this packet, it's just astonishing how much work is being done in this time that is so challenging for everyone. How many people are showing up, and how many children are being held close towards reach their potential, and how many volunteers are putting bags together, bags of love, and it's really a wonderful time that I hope to join IDA will really get us to where this nation has to be. It's always the right time to do the right thing. I like that. And now's the time. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Josh or Bonnie, we don't want to pass up. If you have something you'd like to share right now.
Nope, we're ready to move forward.
All right.
And I'll just say, yes, the graduation was wonderful, and I just admire all the work that's been done to get us through this year, and I just have enormous hope for the future. Enormous hope.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to David Finan and all of the staff who made that 8th grade graduation possible. He had a list of which cars go where, and I mean it was herding cats in the beginning. But I think they did a fabulous job. So thanks for all the effort.
Yeah, they had the fire department, the women on bikes. So those,
Yes.
One of those bikers is a teacher on the school site.
Yeah.
And her identical
Our
twin
intersection
sister.
escorts. Yeah.
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 It was great.
It was
Thank you
really
for
great.
that.
Yep.
All right, we're going to move ahead, folks, to 4.05. This is acknowledgements, and at this point, I just see it as a place marker, a token, unless there was something that came in that is not here.
That is correct. I just want to add to what you all said. I first met Danielle Grayson when he was about 8 years old. He's somebody that I have known for a long time. And it was special to see him almost every day throughout this past year. And he's somebody that will be greatly missed in this community. David and I had a chance to go visit Abrina and the boys the day after, and they're remarkably resilient little boys, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity as a community to continue to watch over those boys and his daughter and their mom moving forward, even though he's no longer here. And I do want to just take this moment to also explicitly say the names: Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. And something that has been really sticking out to me in recent days is the Rayshard Brooks case in Atlanta. So I want to just explicitly take a moment and say his name today too.
Yes, thank you, sir, for that. Yeah. Our country. Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Tis of thee.
And hopefully a day will come when our children, I saw this picture of this little black boy running. They were toddlers running to this little white boy, and they got in the middle and they grabbed and they hugged on each other. And I mean, it is, I'll find it and I'll send it.
Seen it.
It's the cutest thing.
Yeah.
I think their parents took that over a year ago, and now it's on platforms and you know, our young children, that's how they are. They just connect, and you know, so we got work to do in this country. All right, this is 5.01. This is oral communication. It's an opportunity for the public to be able to address the board on any topic that is not on the agenda, because we are not able to talk on that. But if you public, and I see a lot of boxes here, there's over 25 participants on this call. If there's something that you would like to talk about at this juncture, if you can just raise your hand so that Steve can unmute you at this time, we invite you to do so. This is oral communication. All right. And Steve, do you see any hands?
We have one.
Chris Durbin.
Hi, I just wanted to jump in as well to say congratulations on an incredible year. It's been quite a year with unification and desegregation work, and not to mention everything going on in the school and kids making great progress through all of it. And I'm so impressed with the school's response, the district's response to the pandemic. Anyway, I just wanted to voice that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else? Dr. Garcia, Steve?
I see no other hands.
Thank you, because we have a full agenda here. So we're going to move on to presentation 6.01, reopening plan for fall 2020. Is that you, Dr. Garcia? Is it going to be David? Who's going to do this?
I'm actually going to let David take the lead on this. I will say that David and I were invited to present at the countywide forum on reopening schools last week. There were over 200 attendees from around the state. We've actually been invited to present to the California Department of Education on the reopening protocol and how we ran school beginning May 20th. So I have a meeting coming up with the assistant superintendent of the state of California to discuss that potential presentation. And I just really want to take a minute and say that what David is going to present to you all this evening is the result of our entire executive cabinet meeting every single day since this pandemic happened, here, live and in person, and figuring out how first to deliver food and get Chromebooks out, and then figuring out how to do a mass drive, and then figuring out how to get kids back. And so this is a team effort. I want to acknowledge the long hours and hard work and courage of our CBO, Dr. Clark, of Steve Ayala, our district admin assist, of our community school manager, Jamia Reynolds, of Principal Fanan, and of our director at M&O, Cam Taylor, who have been meeting with me every day figure out how to do this. And that's one reason why we had a plan, and we have a plan, and we were able to open for students in May because of the dedication and courage and commitment showed by the members of this organization. And so that was a big part of the framing of the presentation that I gave, was just encouraging other superintendents and other executive cabinets and other people in leadership to meet and to figure out through cycles of continuous improvement how to do things and then how to improve upon them. And with that being said, I'll turn it over to David.
Thank you.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I'm showing up as Shorty, and this is my work computer, but my daughter was home from college on her 21st birthday, and her friends did a surprise Zoom with her, and they wanted me to set it up, and my nickname is Shorty, and so I changed it, and it will not let me change it back. So there you go. Shorty it is. Okay, so I am going to share with you the reopening plan for fall 2020. Want to acknowledge in the start that we have yet again received new news today from MCOE and the Department of Health, Matt Willis, with regard to the fall. So this is our best thinking based on the last 2 months of work. Also based on being, I think, the only school, there were a couple programs that opened, but the only school that opened yet this spring was Bayside MLK. And I want to underscore what Dr. Garcia said about the team effort it took and the fact that without meeting every day, it wouldn't have happened. And we met every day. And every meeting was about what we were going to do to make sure our kids were thriving and how we were going to reach families and kids who were not doing well. So it was really inspiring. It was a lot of work, but it was also really gratifying because it was the right work, and we were all really relentless in making sure that our kids were served. So I want to underscore what Dr. Garcia said. The plan that I want to talk about tonight is also the plan that's in the budget that you'll be discussing this evening. As I said, it's based on the last 2 months of direction from Matt Willis and the County Department of Health and MCOE. We believe it's the safest plan possible based on MLK's classroom space availability and district budgetary considerations. Here's what it consists of. Class sizes of no more than 12 students per class, stable cohorts in each classroom, so cohorts of kids, in this case 12, that will be stable and will not mix with other cohorts of children. One teacher and one student success coach in grades 1 through 5. One teacher and 2 success coaches in our special day class. And then one teacher in grades TK, K, 6, and 7, 8, with currently, and I'll talk about that in a minute, no success coach. The teachers would work from 8 to 3, Monday through Friday. From 8 to 9 in the morning, they would have their contract mandated preparation period each day, 1 period per day. And then from 2 to 3 p.m., that would be time for professional development, collaboration, and also, if necessary, small group intervention with small groups of kids that may need specific targeted assistance in whatever area. Students would receive school instruction from 9 to 2 p.m., or in the case of targeted intervention, perhaps 9 to 3 p.m., Monday through Friday. So the teachers are there from 8 to 3. Students are receiving specific teacher-based instruction from 9 to 2, perhaps on some days until 3. This next piece is yet being bargained. After school programming would be provided in grades 1 through 5 through support from our student success coaches. Our success coaches would work from approximately 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And they would provide school instruction and support lunchtime coverage from approximately 11 to 2. And then they would provide after school coverage from 2 until 6. So we would shift their day to later in the day into the late afternoon, early evening, so that we have stable cohort coverage with each class in grades 1 through 5. Our goal is to, and Dr. Garcia is working on this as we speak, to hopefully have a memorandum of understanding with Community Action Marin so that we can provide after-school care to at least our TK and K kids, and perhaps to our kids in 6 and 7, 8 as well. That has not yet been finalized, but it is being discussed right now. We would use all of our current student bathrooms, but we would assign 1 bathroom per class. So the bathrooms would be mixed gender. And this would allow for each classroom cohort to have their own bathroom, which means we would not have to schedule bathroom access by class. Each class would have their own dedicated bathroom. Breakfast, lunch, and afternoon snacks would be served in the classrooms, prepared in the kitchen, delivered and served and eaten in the classrooms. We would have, like we did when we reopened in May, sanitizing stations in each classroom, spray bottle with cleaning solution, paper towel, masks, gloves, and hand sanitizer. We actually have all those things in place again right now because Betty and our friends at the Hannah Project have started to move into our classrooms, and Freedom School starts on Monday. We would offer push-in after-school support from Bridge the Gap College prep staff, and then various partners that work in the arts, STEM, drama, beat making, music, and otherwise. This plan opens up 4 new classrooms at Bayside MLK that would occupy the 4 of the 5 existing portables that we have on campus, which have been housing and now have been emptied.
Wow.
Art, music, Boys and Girls Club, and then the general use portable that we had that was used for 5th grade math, and again with Bridge the Gap College prep after school support for our 4th and 5th graders this year. We would have Ms. Fung and Mr. Edney be co-teaching 1 classroom. And the reason they would be co-teaching is because we want to allow for Ms. Fung to be able to provide RSP services, because part of her assignment would be resource specialist in special ed. And hopefully, if it works, to allow Mr. Edney to continue to provide either intervention and ELD services. This plan involves us hiring 3 new teachers. And I just want to add that we are currently in discussion with 2 to 3 current Sausalito Marin City classified staff regarding entering a credential program for the fall and working with an intern credential. And all 3 of those staff members are people of color that we are anxious to get engaged in our school community as teachers, in addition to the great work they've done as success coaches. We also have approximately 26, maybe now 28 applications for K-5 positions that we had posted 2 weeks ago only as anticipated openings. We recognized that nothing would happen without board approval, but we wanted to advertise. So if the budget were to be approved and the position hiring were to be approved, we would be prepared to move forward. We did get new direction from Matt Willis and MCOE today at about 2:00. We need time to carefully review the implications of the new recommendations. Moving. The plan I just shared, however, represents what we think is the safest reopening for our school community, that being students, staff, parents, and our partners. And I think that covers the plan. And I don't know if Dr. Garcia has anything to add. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions.
David, I think maybe just talk about the, plan for staggered arrival and dismissal and for PPE, sanitation stations, what we're doing around cleaning, how we're logging that. I think it might be interesting for folks to hear.
Sure. So the check-in procedures will be just like we did in May and early June when we had kids back. We had staggered arrival times, staggered dismissal times. We had a check-in station, which I told you about, with the line 6 feet apart. We've actually now got 4 of those locations for Monday when we are running a check-in for Summer Bridge, and then 3 different check-in spaces for Freedom School. And we have at the check-in stations, each child's temperature is taken. And then we ask them 4 specific questions about their health or their interaction with people that may have either been exposed to COVID or had COVID, and a couple other health-related questions. Kids also are given hand sanitizer when they check in and are asked to clean their hands, tops and bottoms and otherwise. And then also Cam has been fully trained and has been training his staff, or has trained his staff, although we have a couple new staff members, on COVID-related cleaning protocols, so that our facilities, everywhere kids are clean and safe. And I did meet today with the Freedom School staff to go over those same protocols so that we can continue to keep our staff and our community and our children safe.
Thank you, David.
Question?
What? You got a question, Deborah?
Well, just a question. I've heard that there is a small percentage of families who don't feel safe enough to send their kid back to school, and I'm wondering, is there a distance learning component of all this?
Great question. So absolutely, if we have kids that don't come back and parents that don't feel safe, then we will most certainly support them both from a distance with online, and then also with regular, at least weekly or more, outreach to the homes, like we did from May to June as well, so that we are supporting our parents in supporting their kids. We're hopeful that we can get all our kids back to school, but obviously we will respect our parents' individual decisions about their child's health and their family's health.
And David, will a full program be offered to the student body in terms of, because you're taking away, well, we're making space where the art room once was, and we're making space where the music room once was. Will those components come into those classes?
Great question. Yeah, Ida, great question. So yes, and again, I haven't read Matt's and MCOE's recommendations deeply, but I did go look at specific bullets, and it does allow in August, it does allow for adults to mix with cohorts. It doesn't allow the child cohorts to mix, but it does allow for adults to mix, and it actually doesn't appear to limit adult the number of adults that can mix, which means that we will be able to, we were originally planning, because we were not able to have an art and a PE and a music and a mindfulness and a classroom teacher and a success coach all interacting in the same room. We were looking at doing it virtually, but now in this case, we can push that into the classrooms, because the kids can, they can't mix with each other, but they can mix with different adults. So yes, all of those absolutely essential programs will be offered. And the difference today from yesterday is that we were thinking that they would be done virtually and through Zoom, and now Ellen and Phil and Chelsea and others that are engaged in our program next year will be able to do it in person.
Thank you.
Wow.
So how is like Bridge the Gap going to work?
Well, that's a good question. Dr. Garcia and I met with the new director, I guess, Laura's replacement, and Laura this week, and talked about ways in which we can, frankly, better integrate them into our school, regardless of COVID. And I shared, and I think Dr. Garcia agrees, that one of the benefits of COVID, if you can put it that way, is it's forced us to rethink and relook at everything we're doing. And I know that Dr. Garcia was already looking at that anyway, but when COVID hit, we had to look at it. And one of the things that we shared with Bridge the Gap is that we don't love the fact that the kids that engage with Bridge the Gap are those kids whose parents and families have the agency for them to participate, and the kids whose families don't, or the kids who don't get to. And one way to address that issue would be to have Bridge the Gap services in a comprehensive way offered at our site, pushed into our classrooms, so that if you're at Boys and Girls Club, you get Bridge the Gap, or you have access to all these other STEM and arts and music activities, rather than just if your mom or dad or grandma has the agency to get the form back, or to agree to let you get on the Bridge the Gap van and go over to the 100 lot. So those are the kind of things that we're talking about right now, is how we can engage all of our kids in these opportunities, rather than just the few or the select number whose families are able to make it happen.
Yeah, I really like that. That's great. And then my other question is for SDC. My understanding is some of the kids in the special day classes would need to integrate part of the day into classes, and maybe it would be in not full classes, or how would that work?
Well, currently, and I think actually with the new guidelines, we can't mix cohorts.
Yeah.
So kids can't mix. So we are talking about what that will look like for the kids in Mr. Rich's class. And I can assure you that if we will err on the side of full inclusion, rather than erring on the side of SDC all day.
Right.
But we also want to be sensitive to the fact that we don't want to put kids in a gen ed classroom all day that might not be in their best interest. But here's the caveat that now helps with that. Adults, again, can mix with kids, but kids can't mix with kids. So say that there were 2 8th graders in the gen ed 8th grade fully included, those kids could come out together and work with Rich or some of his success coaches at the same time. They wouldn't have to be in the gen ed program all day if it wasn't going to best meet their needs.
Yeah.
Prior to today, we didn't have that luxury. So I think we're going to find a good, and this is another side benefit of having to have these conversations is up until today, we were trying to figure out if we needed just to move completely to a full inclusion model.
Right.
And which I think there's a lot of interest in, but you need to do it thoughtfully and with intention, and people need to be trained, and you need to make sure that the kids are best suited. So I think we have a good plan, and certainly will have a really good plan by August.
Okay, great. And that's a significant change by allowing the adults to move into the process. It's really should have freed up a lot of options.
It's so fluid, with this pandemic, and we are living with the virus, that's for sure. So even though you got new updates today, David, tomorrow you'll probably get another one.
Well, I think you're right.
So I have one last question for now. So if the student success coaches essentially become the aftercare, teachers, I think we have, the majority of our students participate in aftercare. So I don't think there'll be a situation where we have 12 children in a cohort and only 3 in aftercare.
You'll need to unlock your iPad first.
Oh, sorry about that. But do we foresee that situation where there's only a few in aftercare, or?
I mean, it's certainly hard to predict. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we need to figure out what it will look like in middle school, because not a lot of our middle school kids have stayed in Boys and Girls Club. Although if we offer, I can tell you this, if we offer the program that Dr. Garcia envisions, I think the kids will want to be at school.
Mm-hmm.
Because there will be really dynamic, engaging programming happening from 2 to 6 or 3 to 6. And we'll also sprinkle in a little bridge the gap when they're not looking. But I mean, there's no, obviously, Caroline, I think there's no way to be sure that in every grade they'll all stay.
Sure.
Some won't. But the other thing I think we want to, once we have a program that we feel really good about, is we can then advertise and advocate with our parents that school isn't from 8 to 3 and then figure out what you want to do from 3 to 6. We can say, we're running a program from 8 to 6, and we're providing food to feed your kids from 8 to 6. And so get on board with this plan, because your kids are going to have an amazing experience for 10 hours every day. And if we can deliver that on that sales pitch, I think that our parents will want their kids to stay, and our kids will want to stay.
Yeah, I love that idea. Thank you.
Does that include dinner, David?
Well, I knew somebody was going to ask that as soon as those words came out of my mouth. Robert's he's got a dog emoji, but it's about to be like a weeping dog. What we have always done is breakfast, lunch, and then afternoon snacks, and then the kids go home for dinner. So it does not there is not a budgetary item right now that says we're going to feed our kids 3 full meals a day, but we do have a current standard of feeding them up until they go home at 5 or 6 with enough food to sustain them until they're home.
Got it. Okay.
Are there other questions?
This sounds like a great plan. I think you also have a plan to what happens if we have to close and revert back to primarily remote instruction.
Yeah. Was that a question?
It's more of a statement, because it's obvious you've already been doing it, and I think you've said previously that you'll be looking to improve upon how you're doing that if necessary. So my question's really around professional development to execute on potentially 2 different plans, and I don't even want to go into the permutations of what unification would do to these plans. So let's just stick with professional development on these 2 plans and how you plan to tackle that.
I can talk a little bit about it, and I'd love to hear Dr. Garcia's input as well. We did a lot of work during COVID, frankly, in the last 12 weeks, 11 weeks with our instructional leadership team, with Dr. Garcia walking us through these cycles of inquiry and the ways to look at professional development that can impact our practices based on, creating a cycle of inquiry and looking at data and then evaluating how you're doing and identifying what specific issue you want to address. And again, he can explain more of it. I'll also say that, and Itoko can tell you more about this as well, because it was his contact, but we have a gentleman coming in, Dr. Holly, to talk about linguistic and cultural relevance and how to integrate those important topics into the classroom. And so our thinking is that in addition to the professional development that we would naturally do either before the school year starts and or during the year, we would also have this incredibly valuable time from 2 to 3, almost unheard of time, maybe not every day of the week. Maybe some days we do some targeted intervention, but where we can continue to do this work. Because and I'm sure Emily would agree, what you hear at every school everywhere is, yeah, this sounds great, but we just don't have enough time. And so this affords us the opportunity of time. Dr. Garcia, do you want to talk some more about it?
Sure. Thank you. And Josh, I think the easy answer is we believe this plan would allow us to continue to operate even under the return to the most stringent shelter-in-place orders. So we could keep school open for anybody that wanted to come. We are looking at some focused professional learning on distance learning and on distance learning platforms. I have invited you and a few others to create a superintendent's committee on distance learning. The instructional leadership team has been investigating several different online learning platforms that we want to vet. We wanted to do maybe a little bit of narrowing and then make an offering of maybe 5 platforms to the superintendent committee to vet. We know, we think we know, and I think David will talk about this a little bit more in just a minute, that our distance learning platform, Dreambox, was effective. We gave an end of the year map assessment, I think to over 50 students. And we made gains on math. The gains that Dreambox suggested the students would make were reflected on map. We have to have a different distance learning platform for ELA. It didn't work. I think I can say that pretty. I don't know, David, if you want to challenge that assertion, but
no, it didn't work.
We saw either stagnation or backsliding in English language arts. So we have to figure out how to do something different quickly in terms of ELA. And we need to give our staff professional learning on how to do that. The other thing that we added, actually, and this was just, again, someone's got a rabbit's foot for us somewhere. But we had adopted an ELD program called iLit. And it has a really robust online component. So we'll be looking at both in-person and online ELD professional learning as well as a way to continue to push the model. But the idea is actually this model would allow us to operate even under the most stringent of conditions. We wouldn't actually have to reclose school. We may have to rebalance the number of kids on distance learning versus in-person learning, depending upon parent choice. But the idea is that this would allow us to continue to operate under any condition.
And I'll just add what Dr. Garcia said is exactly right. Dreambox was remarkably successful, like incredible. And it reinforced what our teachers have been saying all year, which is that, oh my God, between what I'm doing in my classroom with math and the Dreambox work that the kids are doing, the results are incredible. The iRead System 44 and Read 180 program is not a distance learning platform. It's not designed to support kids at home. it's as you have heard in the last year or two, it's a small group, three different cohorts working at the same time in grades 1 through 8. And interestingly enough, we had a end of year data discussion today with the Read 180 System 44 iRead folks to look at our data and our growth. And of course, it's a year-end report, so it goes all the way till June 12th. But we had to recognize that ours really was up until March 16th. So the results in person were really quite positive, but the results in a distance format were what we worried they would be, which was not satisfactory. So we have a plan, and again, Dr. Garcia just said this, we have a plan to bring a group together with our staff and try to identify before August a literacy program.
Awesome. So are there other comments from the board before we open it up to the public?
I do have a thank you, and it's remarkable. I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness. And I will go to Josh's question that he didn't want to go to, and that is, if we start unification this fall, is there any room to make that happen?
We believe there is, as you will all get to take a deep dive into tomorrow evening. Robert and I intend to have some budgetary projections of how that's possible, and some room configurations. What is very clear is for all of us to open under these ratios, we would need to unify and be on both campuses. There simply is not enough classroom space to do it any other way. And we've been very hard at work in the Unification Task Force on planning on how to do this and running rough numbers. And I'm excited for the study session that we're going to have tomorrow so that we can take a deeper dive into how to do that. We do believe it's possible. And the guidance that came out today might make it a little bit more possible financially. We were looking at potentially running a deficit or, needing to do some fundraising. And if we can make stable cohorts of, a little bit higher, I do believe across a unified school, we have a great shot at doing this. Again, we do believe the safest way is at 12 to 1, 12 to 2. We believe that's the safest, most sanitary way for students and staff. And if we can do it within our budget, that would remain my recommendation. But I do think if it's the difference between not unifying and not doing it and loading classes, say at 14 to 2 or 15 to 2, then we would have to take a strong look at that.
Thank you for bringing that up, Bonnie. So, lots of great info. Thank you so much, David. Is there any intent from the public on this specific topic? We are on reopening for fall.
I see Kirsten.
Oh, I don't know if you can see me, but I just wanted to give, as a Bayside parent, I wanted to give a shout out to Principal Finan, and thank you for all the support for the kids that you provided. We feel it. The kindergarten staff has been wonderful, and I concur that Dreambox has been a great application for even for at the kindergarten level. And I just wanted to say that I feel and my family feels very supported with all your efforts, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from the public?
Lexi Musalem.
Hi, I had a question about what the two schools are doing to collaborate on reopening, even in the absence of unification happening immediately?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you, Lexi. I did meet with Kurt and Marika on Friday of last week, and we plan to continue to keep meeting and having that conversation. We have also invited the Willow Creek staff to participate in the professional learning opportunities that we have coming up this fall. And it is my great hope that our teachers will, under the collaboration framework and unit development framework that I've laid out, lean into working together to do that kind of a curriculum development.
And Emily is on the agenda tonight, correct? So
She is. And
she might be able to provide some update when we get to her report as well. But good question. Other comments from the public before we move on? Other comments? Dr. Garcia, see any hands?
I'm scrolling. I see none.
All right, we're going to move forward. Thank you, David. Hold tight.
See you soon.
We're going to get back to you. 6.02 Parent School Alliance Group.
Mr. Reynolds, are you on? David, can you give Jamir a call? I will too.
He just texted me. He's joining up.
Okay, thank you.
So Itoko, just for verification, is he doing the next two?
He is doing the next two.
Okay.
He's having trouble getting in. I'm working on it.
This is where we need that little music, you know, that dun 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 dun. Can we get that in for the next meeting?
I will have it for you, President Green.
You mean like a Jeopardy thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She means the Jeopardy theme.
Yeah.
Make it jazz, though, okay?
Yeah. We could use like one of those when you're on hold with like Kaiser or whoever, and they put that music on. Yeah. Caroline will sing.
Somebody.
At least her daughter can.
All right.
Your daughter does sing, right, Caroline?
Yeah, this is Alexa playing, not me.
Oh, all right.
Alexa off.
Yeah, technology. Sometimes it can be our friend, and sometimes it just cannot. So tell Jamir he's not going to get an easy out on this.
Well, can we go?
Join us.
Can we move up? Oh no, we can't. All right.
He's joining now.
Okay.
Boom. Unmute him. There you go, Mr. Reynolds.
Hey.
There you are. How are you? Good evening, sir.
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Wonderful. We are right at 6.02. It's a Parent School Alliance Group. Can you please share with us?
So with the Parent School Alliance, what we're going to do at the end of this year and going into next year, I'm working with David Good, and we're actually going to be hosting not only resume building workshops, how folks can enhance their LinkedIn profiles, what to do once you get the job. There's a whole curriculum that I'm working with Mr. David Good with. And so when our parents return back to school, and even in the downtime, they'll be able to attend a class with Mr. Good, who will guide them through the steps. In addition to our college students will have access as well. And so, a few things that I wanted to do with the Parent School Alliance. I know we're using the term defund the police, around, but one of the things I wanted to highlight is that I'm going to use the Parent School Alliance to potentially build out CPR classes for everyone in Marin City, 14 and over, self-defense, elder self-defense class, We also looking at hosting healing circles and meditation and yoga, creating a community negotiation council where you would settle small civil disputes within the community. Also work with me to bring in some of the sheriff's office and some of local law enforcement to do story time with the toddlers, host courageous conversations with the community, with the police officers, ask them to, maybe be in plain clothes and be more approachable and things like that. And so we have a host of things that we're going to be doing with the Parent School Alliance right now and even up into the next academic year. And so our ELAC team has signed up to be a part of the Microsoft program. And also the jobs and interview hosting sessions will be bilingual. And so, we're building a strong ELAC, we're building a strong Parent School Alliance so we can, tackle these initiatives and get some familiar faces and places where they need to be. And so that's where we're going right now.
So how are parents going to find out about it? And is there any dollars tied to it? Are you raising money to do things, or how is that going to work?
So we do have a Parent School Alliance contact sheet with all of our anchor parents, so to speak. And so we're going to reach out to them. We'll also be doing just some foot patrol, going down into, the tall buildings and the lots and really recruiting a lot more. And really just having a game plan once we approach them. And as far as monies, we're raising funds through the MCCT to do other initiatives within the community as well. I wanted to highlight, we reached our hygiene goal, which was $3,000. So we'll be able to do the hygiene outreach that I asked, a lot of the organizations to participate in. And so, we're raising money to support the Parent School Alliance and its initiatives.
Awesome work, Jameer. Who is Mr. Good, by the way?
David Good, he's a CTE teacher, career technical education teacher at one of I can't think of the technical school that's around here, but I can forward you his information. He actually reached out through the Marin City Cooperations Team website and said, this is the skill set that I have. I would love to volunteer my services. My initial thought when it came about was our college students who were just thrust into this crazy economy, maybe didn't get a chance to redo their resume, maybe didn't get a chance to update their LinkedIn. And so I'm working with Rondell now with college students and some parents to strengthen those skill sets.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, do you, with the COVID and everything, do you have the right kind? Do you have the sufficient space to have all the, have these kind of programs going on? Is there enough room?
Well, majority of them will be Zoom call. Okay. But the goal for us is before the sessions start, we're going to do an inventory checklist to make sure people have pencils, pens, notebooks, any things they might need to be successful. And we're going to physically, drop them off at the door so they'll be prepared once the Zoom starts. I got a phone call from our ELAC president that some of our, bilingual parents are concerned about not knowing how to do Zoom. So I'm going to do a FaceTime call with them and we can go through, how to operate Zoom and things like that. So they'll be better prepared.
And let's see, I'm assuming that there might be screen time stuff,
yes.
Screen sharing. And I don't know, I have friends who are doing Zoom on the cell phone and it's really hard to see. So, but do we need to do an outreach for more, iPads or
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yes, we do. We do. There's still that digital divide that we're trying to narrow it, but we still have some parents and even some families who still do not have the technology they need to be successful in today's society. Yeah.
I think it's worth just talking to ATN Douglas at the Marin County Library in Marin City, because a lot of people turn in computers that he restores, and he may even have contacts of, and there's always that possibility of getting donations in that perspective.
And also, we have a partnership with Microsoft, and they're going to be teaching parents the beginnings of coding along with their kids. And they also have a teacher innovation program where they're going to be working with our teachers to learn how to operate OneNote and Flipgrid. And basically what they teach the teachers, the teachers become certified trainers. And so they'll receive a certificate from Microsoft for engaging in those applications.
That's awesome.
I'll say, wow.
Are there other board questions on the Parent School Alliance Group?
Very cool.
Any
Make another encouraging comment. All great progress. Thanks, Jameer.
Oh, thank you guys.
Bonnie, were you gonna agree with that?
Yeah, I'm just doing thumbs up. This is great. Congratulations.
Amazing.
Really exciting. Really exciting.
It
Amazing
is.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any intent from the public?
I am scrolling. I am scrolling. I see no hands.
And 5-4. All right. Mr. Reynolds, thank you so much for that. And please do not go anywhere because you're on a roll. You're on a roll, sir. So can you update us on the Marin City Cooperation Team?
So that has been going fantastically well. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like you're on your iPhone. Would it be helpful for me to share my screen?
Yeah.
And show the website while you speak?
Yeah, I tried to sign in and I couldn't. So, if you could share your screen, that'd be great. Because I do have my computer, see? So.
I think people should be able to see my screen now. So go ahead and I'll try
Not yet.
Good to see you.
You still see me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try that again.
I just made you the host of Toko, so go ahead and try again.
Oh, that might have been the problem. I'm used to driving. There we go.
All right. So to take it from the top, the logo.
Oh, we're gonna lose you.
I think there's feed because you're on your computer and your phone. There's some feedback.
I think we lost them altogether.
Sound like a battery died.
Well, I will try to tread a little water for Jameer.
Please.
Until he comes back. I do really want him to speak to this because he has spearheaded a truly awe-inspiring and tremendous effort. Those of you that can see my screen can see the Marin City Cooperations Team website that has been launched. The mobile app is not far behind. The idea behind the Marin City Cooperations Team has really been as a response to COVID-19 to ensure the continuation of our comprehensive support services for both Bayside MLK and Willow Creek Academy students and families, and really the entire Marin City community. This is an online extension of our community school model. And we realized that we needed to be more supportive and in coordinating the different nonprofit organizations and incredible offers of volunteers and donations that started pouring in to support Marin City. And so Jameer launched this idea, and he launched 7 teams. And you can see here on the website that each team has their own link that interested people can go to. There's a family team that focuses on food delivery, basic hygiene, and other basic needs like transportation, housing. There's an academic team to support distance learning. This team was really key in the development of our multi-tiered systems of support distance learning program. This is really one of the main pathways of how we got kids back to school. You all will remember from the last meeting, it started with volunteers from the academic team on a tier 2 level doing check-ins in the morning and the afternoon, providing additional support above and beyond the teacher, goal setting for students that weren't fully participating. And that allowed us to develop into the tier 3 model of actually bringing kids live and in person. There's a young family team. And please let me know if Jamir gets back on. Jamir, you can take over whenever.
He said he's trying to sign back on.
Okay. I gotta give you all this one anecdote before moving on. The greatest proof of concept of this that I have seen is at the top. Anybody can go to the website and just push this button and reach out for help. It's very easy. Contact us, put your name, put your email, say what you need, and hit send. And it goes to the different teams. And we had a young woman last week, I believe, I think it was last Friday. I saw the email come across my inbox at 8:35 a.m. and she said, "Hey, I'm a young mom. I'm 18 years old. I just had a baby. We're living in my car. I don't have diapers. I don't have formula. I don't have a place to live. I don't even have clothes that fit me anymore. I didn't understand what would happen to my body after having a baby. Is there anything you all can do to help?" And by 12:35 p.m., by that, literally 4 hours later, that young lady had diapers, she had formula, she had baby clothes, she had clothes for herself. And by that afternoon, she had an offer of a place to stay and a shelter. And that's just an example of how when all the volunteers and all the nonprofits and all the agencies and services in Marin City that are here to support people have an easy platform to coordinate, we can actually get services to people who need them in a tremendously efficient fashion. This kind of ask probably would have taken a week or two to respond to prior to the launch of this website. And so I'm really just tremendously proud of Jamir and of all the folks in Marin City and in Marin County. There's a mindfulness mental health team. There's a senior and disabled care team. There's a college student team. Then there's a crisis team. And Jamir has set a fundraising goal of $25,000 for each team. You can see the funding link here, the tax-deductible donation button. Donations are indeed coming in. And I believe Jamir may be...
Yeah, he's asking if you can let him back in. He's in the waiting room.
In. Jamir, welcome back.
Where is he?
Where did you leave off at?
I just ran through the teams, demonstrated how the community can ask for help, demonstrated the tax-deductible donation button, and just gave the anecdote about the young lady that needed help at 8:35 a.m. and got all the help that we were able to give her last Friday. So that's about where I left off.
Okay, and so the wonderful thing about MCCT is our response time is 35 to 45 minutes, which is faster than any state or local agency. And the way that it works is if you guys weren't on the email chain, our intake supervisor contacts the young lady to get specific needs. And so once we do that, we're able to do a warm handoff, and there does not have to be a repeat of information. And so, we make the connection. Like I said, our response time is 35 to 45 minutes, and then we do follow-ups as well. And so we send out an email just thanking them for using the services. Is there anything else? Were you satisfied? And so that way we could definitely make sure that our customer service is up to par. Couple of great things today. I met with the incoming county supervisor who's taking Kate Sears' job, Stephanie Moulton Peters.
Right.
She totally supports the program. She was just amazed that, that it's coming out of Marin City, how we're just working together. And she definitely wants to present it at the next board supervisors meeting as basically the model for the county. And so we're making great strides and leaving great impressions, but we're even doing, better service as well. And so we got a message from a doctor in Illinois, Dr. Mark Goldis, who's a psychologist who came through the website, saw what we were doing. He's sending us a generous donation. And also we're going to be a part of the Fidelity Investments Charitable Fund, has over $1 trillion in assets, and we will be
Jameer, you're having technical problems
fund.
once again.
In addition to, we work with her, introduce her to the program. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. You were having some technical problems there.
So again, we're working with MCF in Sanju, and she has about 8 philanthropic agents working to market MCCT. And again, I think I told you at the last board meeting, we're one of 9 organizations in the entire state of California that is going to be mentioned in the Crisis Act that went before state legislature on June 1. Just waiting to hear back. That's about a $300 million grant that they're going to be issuing to organizations like ours. And so, we have new partners. Moms Demand Action is a partner now. The Heart of the Village with Kendra Pollock and her team, they basically agreed to just become a part of MCCT. So that strengthens our bandwidth. And incoming supervisor, Moulton Peters, she's arranging a meeting with Mill Valley police chief to talk about MCCT and things like that. So, we're growing, we're working, and the website is coming along. We will have an app by September. So instead of going through the website, you could just press a button and it takes you right to the team that you need. Same response time, 30 to 45 minutes, as if you went through the website. And so, we're going to be willing and dealing, so to speak.
Thank you. So, Dr. Garcia, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Yes, I can.
Are there board questions for Mr. Reynolds?
You're just amazing. This has been remarkable. I'm blown away.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too. I remember when I first met you, and you could tell that you were a man of action.
Thank you.
And you haven't stopped for a minute.
Thank you. So incredible. I wanted to say something to you guys. I think most of you received an email about the Frederick Leon Marcus Youth Cadet Academy. And I just wanted to explain to you guys what it's going to represent. I know we have the Police Explorers program, which is almost in every county, but what is going to separate us is, number one, it's going to be the first youth academy named after African American, which is Mr. Marcus, who is the first African American sheriff to serve in Marin County. Secondly, there is a mandatory volunteer component as well. In addition to having cultural competency courses and social justice courses on what it means to be an officer of color in the United States. There's also going to be a civic engagement piece of it. And so, I know we're talking about, again, defunding, the police and things like that. And when when folks heard the word cadet, they totally lost it. And instead of just asking, well, what is it that you're going to do? I'm pretty sure I've written out a Marin City community policing initiative, which clearly lays out, in steps what we're trying to do. And like I said before, one of the ways that we can, because defunding is such a toxic word and people associated with taking it away. But my goal is to help pour into young folks who can come back and contribute to their neighborhood. Like example, having CPR classes for adults or individuals 14 and older, that can save a life. Creating a community council where you settle small disputes, where you have cross training with the fire department as well. In addition to, I'm working with JC Farr, and the Youth Academy is going to be, it can go towards high school credits and graduation credits. So it's a multifaceted approach, way beyond just trying to create police officers. I think individuals, instead of just asking, they just totally jumped out the window. And so what we want to do is create a community that can police itself, that, can take care of itself and operate, in unity, because everything that you need is there. And so, I just wanted to say that and just clear up, a lot of the myths around what is going on.
Thank you. I think Josh Barrow has a question for you, Jameer.
Yes, sir.
For the sake of time, I can email Jameer. There's more some ideas and comments, but we have a packed board meeting, so I can just reach out to Jameer offline.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you for that. Is there any intent from the public to ask Mr. Reynolds a question regarding the MCC team?
I am scrolling. I see no raised hands.
All right. Mr. Reynolds, thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Thank you, guys.
And the work that you are doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we'll work on that computer for the next time.
We sure will. Yes, we will.
See you soon, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Feel free to stay with us. We'll be here till almost midnight, so you really don't have to go if you don't want to.
Did you take public comment on this section?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was none. We're going to move to correspondence. There is something here in this section of the agenda, 7.01. It's the Jewish Community Relations Council. Dr. Garcia, did you want to give us some background on this? I mean, it's in correspondence. We can surely read it, but.
Yes, this is around a model ethnic studies curriculum. It's a call for an ethnic studies curriculum. Those of you that are maybe aware that AB 2016 was passed in the 2015-16 legislative year, and it requires the state of California to adopt an ethnic studies curriculum. And what the Jewish Community Relations Council is concerned about is that if we adopt or create an ethnic studies curriculum here in our district, that the curriculum is based on current and confirmed and accurate research, written in language that is inclusive and supportive of multiple users, encourages cultural understanding of how different groups have struggled and worked together, highlighting core ethnic studies concepts such as consciousness raising, knowledge building, identity development, self-determination, justice, social change, love, and respect, and that it is inclusive and creates space for all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexuality, or citizenship, to learn different perspectives. And in particular, the concerns that they have around the first draft of the ethnic studies model curriculum is that anti-Semitism is omitted, and that this plan contains some denigrating references to Jews and Israelis, and that it includes the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement, which is viewed as anti-Israeli. And so it's asking that if we adopt an ethnic studies curriculum, we take into consideration the framework of the Jewish Community Relations Council, and make sure that anti-Semitism is part of it, and that we are not advocating for things as laid out in this board memo that they are asking us to not advocate for.
Thank you. Board questions?
I have a suggestion. I don't happen to be of Jewish background, but I think this letter would be appropriately brought back as part of a discussion on ethnic studies curriculum for when that's adopted. I know if it weren't, it would be hard for me to remember this correspondence, potentially months and months later.
Happy to do that. Also happy to report that we are beginning the work of developing curriculum that is in this spirit, and we absolutely will be bringing that to the board for board review.
That's wonderful, because every cultural story needs to be told. There should not be anyone's history that's left out. And it's unfortunate that it happens in our school settings. It's why kids don't know. It's why adults don't realize that. So thank you, Josh, for that observation and for plugging that in. And Dr. Garcia, I really appreciate the fact that you guys are starting to look at that. So,
we had an emergency staff meeting on the Monday after the civil unrest began. We had an emergency meeting of all district staff, and I started that meeting by trying to put a bow on a lot of the work that we began before the school year started with the Courageous Conversation organization. And one of the things that I said to the staff was that before I could move on, I needed to be sure that 100% of our organization supported the idea that systemic oppression exists. And we were able to make that agreement as a district staff, as a school staff. And what arose from the conversation after that was a commitment that the action that we could take so that this conversation doesn't end when protest dies down, is that we could develop a curriculum, that our teachers could develop a curriculum for our students that actually is based first here in the history of Marin County and in the history of Marin City, so that we could understand really how these ideas, these issues, these intersections have shaped our lives and our community, and then expand out to the larger system, county, state, country, world. And I was really proud of the number of staff that had agreed to volunteer to work over the summer to do some of that kind of curriculum development. So something that we're embarking upon.
That's awesome. Other board comments? Any intent from the public?
I'm scrolling. I see no intent.
Thank you, sir. And I'm glad that you are right by the mic, because you're up. You're Dr. Garcia. We're at superintendent's report.
It's my turn, huh?
It is.
It seems like it's been a long time since I gave a superintendent update. And I actually scrolled back to see when the last one was. And the last regular board meeting we had was May the 14th. And so there has been quite a few things that have occurred since May the 14th. I will attempt to be parsimonious, but bear with me. Our teacher of color pipeline has really taken off. As David shared, as part of our reopening plan, we posted 3 anticipated openings. We have 27 applications. And so I spent a significant amount of time with the partners, developing a strategy for recruitment. I will send you all out in my update tomorrow a flyer for that recruitment effort. But we got 27 candidates even without the flyer. There's something very exciting happening in that regard. And I also found out on a call on Friday with one of our credentialing partners, Cal State Teach, that the state has relaxed the entry requirements for entry into teacher credentialing programs. You no longer have to pass all the tests to get in the program. Now, you will have to pass all those same tests that you used to have to pass to get in before you can get your preliminary credential. So the requirement isn't removed, but it's pushed back a year. And what that allows us to do, as David mentioned, is it allows us to take some of our longtime student success coaches who have sort of been on the fence about becoming teachers and get them into teacher credentialing programs within the next few weeks and potentially place them in classrooms in the fall. This has been a week of reconnections. Many people came to town to honor the memory of Danielle Grayson. And as I mentioned, I'm a couple years older than him, but I knew Danielle from when he was a little boy. And many of his closest friends are people that I also grew up very closely with. And I had a chance to reconnect with my friend and former teammate Hassani Domino. And Hassani is interested in becoming a teacher in our district. So I had a conversation about how to get him in a teacher credentialing program. I can't say enough about how excited I am about how it expands opportunities for us to get homegrown teachers in front of our kids sooner rather than later. So I won't belabor that point any further, and pardon me for the extra detail there, but it's really exciting. We have everything set up with our ARIES student information system platform to launch an online registration campaign, online registration platform. So we have a meeting tomorrow to finalize the details of that. That should go live next week so that anybody that wants to register for school for the 2021 school year, whether it's kindergarten or anything else, will be able to do so completely online. We have had multiple shared governance team meetings to develop drafts of an alternative calendar. I don't have one ratified. I was hoping to have a potential ratified year-round school calendar to bring before you trustees tonight, but it has yet to happen, and it may not happen. But we remain in conversation about that possibility. Continued feedback on staff safety and protocols. As David mentioned, we've had multiple conversations with MCF. Both David and Jamir mentioned that. I was very honored to have one of the donor advisors spend a significant amount of time with Jamir and I, helping us understand how to set up a trust, if that's the direction we want to go in a district, and also what the role of donor advisors is in major philanthropy. And although that sounds like a very boring introductory meeting, you all just heard from Jamir the fruits of that. We are now on one of the major donor advisor lists, and that donor advisor advises $4 billion worth of assets. And so I just can't say enough about the amount of support we've been getting from different places in the community. We had a truly wonderful SPED mediation strategy for settlement agreement with our friends at Willow Creek. I've had a couple check-ins with Trustee Turner. David and I continue to work in the Integrated Arts Principal Leadership Network. We have the final annual meeting next year. And I do want to reiterate, that's another shared professional learning opportunity for teachers from both schools. Both teachers from both schools can go for free for ILSP courses, Course A, Course B, Course B. That's the Integrated Learning Specialist course about how to do arts integration. They're free. They can take them on weekends, or anybody that wants to do a PD this summer, there's a week-long PD. You can just knock it out in a week. You don't have to go on the weekends. People are looking for stuff to do. I also have had significant conversations with my superintendent coach. Was able to meet with the Safe Routes to School Task Force meeting. We had a couple facilities master plan meetings. We have had 7 unification task force meetings in the last month. I had my inaugural MSIA, Marin Schools Insurance Association Board of Directors meetings. A couple of our superintendent colleagues are retiring, and one of the spaces that needed to be filled was on that board. So as much work as I have going on and as much things as we're doing here locally, there is an expectation that superintendents participate on different countywide committees. I'd been able to fend that off for most of the year, but as it looked like I'm rounding into year 2 here, I decided it was time to step up. So I will be regularly participating in those meetings, at least for as long as we are part of the Marin School Insurance Association Consortium. We had 5 meetings with the HANA Project to help support a plan for Freedom School. The result of those meetings is an MOU for you to take action on tonight. We had 5 instructional leadership team meetings once a week to continue to work through the PD plan for the upcoming school year, as well as the summer, as well as what was happening during distance learning to close out school. A couple budget assumption meetings, meetings with Cal Ed partners to discuss the coordination of our PK3 Mass initiative. Some of the meetings with MCF weren't just about donors either. They were finalizing our PK3 grant. Good news. We were granted not the full amount that we asked for, but more than we got last year. And part of that grant, although it doesn't cost us anything, is working with Cal Ed Partners, which is a consortium of 20 schools across the state on mathematical practices pre-K through 3rd grade. They are going to coach our coach, Ms. Keenan, on how to do the inquiry cycles that I have laid out and that David mentioned. And how to build strong PLCs between our pre-K teachers and early mathematical practices. And we actually had our inaugural meeting yesterday with schools from all over: Sanger, Clovis, Oxnard. I mean, it's just really all over the state. Really amazing. Many of the schools have dual language or bilingual initiatives. So I think there's a really huge learning opportunity for us as a district, for our staff. I'm also very happy to report that multiple pre-K partners were at the meeting with us. We had representatives from Head Start. We had representatives from Marin Horizon Community School. We had representatives from Community Action Marin. We had representatives from MCOE that are all there to support the Sausalito Marin City School District as part of the statewide consortium. So very excited that work has actually launched. I know I've been talking about it for a long time, but we are stepping into action, and I'm very excited about what fruit that may bear moving forward through the summer and into the next school year. Let's see, a couple meetings with the Superintendent Communication Committee, couple meetings with Kurt Weinsheimer, the president of Willow Creek We have been collaborating with Conscious Kitchen to discuss a summer food service plan, just in case it has not been adequately advertised yet. And we're going to keep blasting and keep posting on social media, but we are serving food all summer for kids 18 and under in Marin City from 10:30 to 12:30, just like we have been for the whole COVID-19 shutdown. That will not stop. It will continue. The food pantry will continue. Bags of Love will continue. We are here to continue to meet the food needs of this community. We had a couple meetings about developing the survey for the bond, and we also had a few meetings to discuss the Sausalito Marin City School District picking up the school-age contract from Community Action Marin to operate the school-age program in the 1920 school year. Again, I was hoping to have that MOU before you tonight. Didn't quite make the timing for the board packet agenda, but I look for a special board meeting coming to you soon, where I will present that MOU, as that will be a critical source of expanded revenue for the district and will help to allow us to operate after school programming in the fall. Furthermore, and I'll try to wrap this up a little bit more quickly, I won't say too much more about Bridge the Gap. I think that's been covered well, but they are looking to a push-in model a few days a week to support the after-school program, either Zoom or in person. You heard a lot about MCCT from both Jamir and I, but we've had continued meetings to push that launch. We've had a couple facilities committee meetings. I'm sure you'll get an update from trustees on that later. I have continued weekly meetings with our PR team. And we've had several facilities use agreement meetings and negotiations. Met with President Green a couple times. Really also excited about a potential research partnership with Stanford University and Rutgers. They are interested in studying our integration plan and what we're doing. They're looking at a longitudinal 2-year research study and potentially multiple publications, either research papers or books, on our efforts. They're excited about where we are. They think that it has a chance to be something that really bears fruit and provides a model of how to integrate schools, and they would like to study what we're doing. Met with Tara Topier, the Tam High superintendent, and JC, the principal, to talk about the sharing of an instrumental music position from the Tam High instrumental music teacher in the upcoming school year. Again, that'll probably be, we may have to have a special board meeting, special MOU board meeting, but that's another one that should be coming soon. And I mentioned the number of unification task force meetings already, the number of ILT meetings already. I won't belabor those points. Have had some really good meetings, participating and coming together for coffee, community-wide conversation. And we've had 2 really just amazingly fruitful special ed planning retreats. We got all the special ed folks in the district together, including the assistant principal over at Willow Creek and all of our SPED staff at Willow Creek, as well as all of our SPED staff here, to talk about this transition, roles and responsibilities, needs and concerns, opening and operation plans. I heard from multiple people that it was the most extensive communication that we've had and collaboration that we've had around the development of a special ed program in our district, maybe ever. But it's just a good feeling to have an open dialogue with everybody involved and be planning and working together so that we're all on the same page about how we're going to deliver special ed services on both campuses in the upcoming school year. And last but not least, had a meeting to discuss the donation of plastic face shields for staff and students. Some of you may have seen that news item on KTVU2. We were featured there. That was also a really great experience to connect with the folks at Marinship. Not only on that plastic face shield drive, I found another one of my long lost schoolmates there working at Marine Radar making plastic face shields, and we're class of '92, Mr. Woody Tate. It was pretty cool. Former alumni of the Sausalito Marin City School District. Wow. And houseboat kid. And there was a really rich discussion with the folks that connected us with this opportunity about how Marinship can also support an after-school enrichment program, how they can provide internship opportunities, how we can really turn on the history of Marinship and the connection between Marinship and Marin City for the positive development of our youth and the education of our community. So we will be having some upcoming conversations about how they may support internship opportunities and after-school programming in the upcoming school year. And folks were really excited about that. We had a lot of energy around that conversation. Let's see. I won't say too much more about the graduation, other than also to shout out Ms. Trellis, who was a big part of planning that. It really was a great event. Also, I talked about my meeting with Cal State Teach already. I also had a meeting, a couple meetings with CSD board member, Mr. Damian Morgan, and one of our other 1992 class alums, Mr. Adam Wolf, who is the city planner for the city of Corte Madera. He was very interested in how he could support our integration efforts here as a school district, and how he could support the Marin City community. He grew up with us, and he's recently moved back to Marin as well, and so is just really interested in seeing how he can support all the different initiatives. We connected him up with MCCT as a potential pathway on, and had a one-on-one meeting with Trustee Huff, and really proud to announce we've had several meetings around the Summer Bridge program. There's a program that will launch Monday for rising TK students. We currently have 11 enrollees. A shout out to Miss LaDonna Bonner, who's been coordinating that, but we've been helping her with recruitment of students as well as finding instructors. As I mentioned from public comment, I met with Marika and Kurt to discuss reopening at Willow Creek and how we could collaborate on that. And let's see what else exciting has happened in the last day or so. Meetings with some community arts providers, meeting with Trustee Barrow, meeting with Jeff Knowles from the Willow Creek board. I already talked about the Cal Ed Partner initial orientation. We've had continued ongoing labor meetings. We have had demands to bargain, and luckily CSEA, the MOU that we have CSEA, we had the great foresight not to attach it to the end of the school year. It's actually attached to the end of the shelter in place. So we have no need to re-bargain that MOU, but I will have to open up negotiation with CTA. And as we get closer to finalizing how we'll get back to school in the fall, there are probably some things that we'll need to reopen with CSEA, and that will conclude my update.
Wow.
You're not busy at all.
Is that all? But you have yeah.
Thank you, Itoko, for the work, for the sweat equity that you're putting in. And as you are giving your report, I just feel the passion, because you're not, it's not self-serving. You are here for the right reason and the right season. So thank you for that.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to serve the community.
It's amazing.
Questions from the board?
No, I've heard that the definition of creativity is making unexpected connections. So that's such a huge part of what you do. connecting with your classmates from years ago. And, it's just amazing to me, the depth and breadth of what you're bringing to this rich place. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be home.
Other board comments?
I just want to echo the accolades for a lot of accomplishment, particularly over the last month and beyond.
Thank you, Trustee Barrow.
Any intent from the public?
I'm scrolling.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I see no hands.
All right. Dr. Garcia, thank you so much for the update. We are going to move along, and that brings us to 8.02, Principal Fanan. I don't even know how you top what you did, all that you told us earlier. So I'm sure there must be more to tell. You're muted.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief, as I always am. My administrative peers always appreciate my brevity. First thing up, academic challenge. Both Willow Creek and Bayside kicked off the academic challenge in the last week. We have kids participating in a summer academic challenge all summer. It's voluntary. They can choose not to be involved. They were encouraged to do so. Each was given a specific plan for the summer with a target based on their individual needs. And I've talked to several kids that are really excited about it. I visited Delante and Monte, the twins, a couple times this week to help them with theirs, and they are already talking about what they want to get with their incentives. So I think it's got some traction, and the good news is that the kids are reading and doing math and things that are good to do when you're away from school for 9 weeks, let alone the challenge for the last 11. Freedom School starts Monday. Had a nice meeting with Betty and Phil late this afternoon. Met with the staff today to talk about sanitizing and safety protocols. Meeting with Cam tomorrow morning to finish setting up all the sanitation stations and the check-in procedures. It's always inspiring to see the group that Betty gets together for Freedom School. And, frankly, I didn't know 3 years ago. I'm learning every day more, but, having people that look like our kids and have experiences like our kids work with our kids makes a big difference. And to see a group of 20 young, vibrant, enthusiastic people of color that are anxious for the kids to arrive is really inspiring. And I have a totally different view on the importance today than I did even a year or two ago. So we're looking forward for the program to start. Bags of Love, as well as all the work that Jameer is doing and others with the food bank, continues. We put together another 440 bags on Tuesday. We send out about 220 bags every week, and we have the funding to do that through August 14th. So that will get us right up until school starts. We are intending to continue, I'm not sure if Jameer has mentioned this, with the food bank throughout the year. So we'd like to continue to be a community school with a food bank year-round, not just because of COVID. So we've asked that the pop-up food bank at Bayside continue. The only difference is that rather than doing it in the morning, we'll do it at the end of the day, say on a Wednesday. And then finally, I just thought I'd share, we did a survey. Our instructional leadership team came up with 5 professional development topics that we wanted to ask our staff about. Reading and writing workshop training, dynamic conversations about math and math talks, mathematical thinking, math dialogue, social justice practices in the classroom, implementing ELD best practices in the classroom, and implementing asset-based strategies when working with students who have experienced trauma. And I'm really proud and really pleased to be able to say that in a combined survey of our staff, our entire staff at Bayside, the top choices were implementing social justice practices in the classroom, asset-based strategies with regard to supporting students that have experienced trauma, and ELD best practices for teaching and learning. Cool. And I feel like it really speaks volumes to our staff's buy-in about doing the right work. And, we have a lot of different backgrounds and experiences and dramatically different lived experiences on our staff. And I think it really speaks to the progress that we're making as a group while we're continuing to sort out all the things that this country is trying to sort out in a little microcosm of a way, to have these three be the topics with really nothing close that we can and want to focus on next year. And so now we are meeting to put those plans in place. And that's what I have for you tonight.
All right.
Thank you so much for sharing, David. And will those opportunities be, the professional development opportunities, will those be available for staff over at Willow Creek if they wanted to participate?
I can't see why not. And if we unify, then we'll be doing it all together anyway.
This is true. But as it's available, that's great. I have another question for you, David. Oh, David, yeah, I had a question for you pertaining to a personal question. When are you going to go on vacation?
I'm going to, I probably shouldn't say this, although now that Dr. Willis has given us such latitude, maybe it's not as bad. My family is going to fly to Michigan for our annual trip with all the cousins on July 3rd. And then we'll go up and see my wife's folks in Minnesota, up northern Minnesota on a lake after that. So I'll be gone for 16 days with my family, and I think I'll be ready to go back to work after about 10 of them.
That's wonderful. I mean, you're going to be with your bubble, and that's how we do it. As if we're standing with our bubbles, we don't pass the germs. So
right.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Other board comments?
I have a question. I never really asked about the school-sponsored pop-up food bank during the pandemic. I thought it was temporary, and we had so many other things to talk about. But with the idea of it becoming permanent, can you elaborate on the relationship between our sponsored food bank and other food banks in the community? And just for Mr. Naive here, why do we need multiple food banks in this community?
So let me say this about it. The food bank serves folks, it's intended to serve folks in Southern Marin. I will tell you that with the number of people that have been laid off and lost work, and in particular, frankly, not exclusively to, but in particular, I think some of the undocumented population who have not receiving a stimulus check, not receiving unemployment. I think that many of those families, I know some of those families are literally going to a different food bank each day so that they have enough groceries. Many of those families as well live in, with multi-generations in the same unit. So just saying that to say, as a preface, that when we continue with the food bank, we will be working with the folks at the San Francisco Marin Food Bank to identify the day so that we're not in quote unquote competition with some of the churches that are offering food banks as well. Dr. Garcia can speak more to this than I can, but I have to tell you that having the energy around bringing partners together and volunteers and families and employees, frankly, to prepare the food, bag it, and then hand it out, it creates a feeling on campus among one another and with the community that you can't duplicate. You can't duplicate it in a parent-teacher conference. You can't duplicate it in a chat at a barbecue. There's just a feeling that I think that people that are doing the giving get and people that are receiving get about the fact that their school is in it at that level. So, Josh, I would not be the person that could speak to you about food insecurity and why the food bank feels like it's necessary to have 4 or 5 food banks in Marin City. I know that there are people that can speak to that, and I'm happy to either connect you or get you the information. But I can tell you from a school culture and climate, I don't think there's been one thing that's happened at our school in 3 years that has been equal to this experience.
I would like to just pop in here because I am familiar with, the distribution of food in this community. And so for the church and even where I live, the food that we are getting is from Extra Food. And so there's a service in Marin that goes around and they pick up extra food. So if Safeway has extra food that can't go on the shelf and it's almost at its shelf life, and it could be things that, bread that is nearing the expiration. It could be five days or so off, or extra pastries or whatever the case may be. Those are the things that's coming to Church of God. We have a pantry here where I live. The food bank is bringing fruits and vegetables and canned goods and all these other things. And for some of these sites, they do get it. And then it's distributed, like you said, David, on different days. Church of God on Saturdays. First, the Presbyterian Church, I don't know if they are on Monday or Tuesday, but there's no, we're not bumping heads with each other. And I've seen people from Southern Marin come and utilize the services. There are people that are anchor outs and in Gate 5 that come on Saturdays because they know that, Saturday is a time that they can pick up food at Cornerstone Church. But now on a Wednesday, that's getting out. On a Wednesday, they can come and they can get a bag. And so there are no food insecurities, I don't think, right now. But I think that this is a great offering for this community.
Yeah, thank you, Ada. Just to piggyback on that, we had identified Wednesdays because there was no food pantry on Wednesdays primarily. And what we found, Trustee Barrow, is that we're able to do a much higher volume than the other food pantries in this community.
Oh yeah.
We're giving anywhere between 150 and 400 food bags on any given distribution, depending upon the volume that we receive. And one thing, y'all, that I just just to sing John Muir's praises just a little bit further. I don't know if he needs it, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Mm-hmm. This food pantry is now basically operating through the summer on 100% volunteers. We have one staff member that's continuing to work the food pantry, and that's because she loves to do it, as David said. And so this has really just become a self-sustaining thing, and that's based in no small part on John Mayer's recruitment of volunteers. We had more volunteers this past Wednesday, y'all, than we've ever had. We had to kind of remind people to more strictly social distance. I mean, there was
a lot of cars too. I saw them. The cars were coming in. People were walking up. It was busy.
And so, what we understood when we launched this, and what we believe why it's important to continue, is that the different food pantries actually serve slightly different parts of our community. And so, you know, the seniors tend to go to one food pantry, and people that are, you know, attached to St. Andrews a little bit more will go there. And what we found is that we were able to do a higher volume than any of the food pantries in the community. And, you know, for us, it's really about the food security of our students and families. And they were not always accessing those other food pantries, and they're accessing this one.
All three of those pieces of the answer are very helpful. If you're just looking at it at a high level, it's like puzzling, but I think you've shed a lot of light on it. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any intent from the public for Mr. Fanan, Principal Fanan? Is that a no? Dr. Garcia, Steve, any intent from
And
our
no one
public?
has their hand raised.
All right, we thank
Have a
you.
great night. Thank you.
All right, Shorty, thank you so much. Have a good evening. Miss Cox, we're so happy to see you.
Hey, nice to see you.
I hope things are going well.
You know, just a little busy. Just a little busy.
Yeah, just a tad. Thank you
Yeah.
for hanging in here with
Hey, no,
us.
absolutely. It's been a long night. We started with our own board meeting at 5, so it's
OMG.
yeah. Yeah. So I'm sorry I couldn't come to the last one. I was dealing with, well, needless to say, it's been quite busy. And then I got some kind of whopping sickness that was not COVID, but it took me out for a couple days. But
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Feeling better and really excited to hear everything that's been going on. So I'm pumped. I'm excited. So it has been a while since you've gotten my update. So I've made it, it's going to be about 40 minutes, I think. Just
Bring it.
Yeah. I'm going to also try to go relatively quickly, but I do want to make sure that everyone gets a good sense of what's been going on with us really in this last month or month and a half. I'm going to start my update, and I'm just calling this Black Lives Matter. So as you all know, one of the organizers of our June 2nd peaceful protest in Marin City following the George Floyd atrocity was our own Coach Lynette. And we were just so incredibly proud of her and the work of our other community members. We were able, as soon as we found out about the rally, we pushed it out with our families and ended up having, I want to say, upwards of 40 of our staff members, board members, family members, and students in attendance at the rally. I found teachers found a really creative ways to support students online during our online instruction, including creating protest posters, hosting safe space forums for students to share their feelings, and even kids as young as first grade were having read alouds with such as something happened in our town. So for us, it was just really important that we provided that venue and forum for kids to be able to speak very freely about what was happening. We also made sure that our counselors were on alert. Our student support staff were reaching out individually to students that we knew were impacted. For our families, we made sure to include several resources around supporting students and engaging in conversations around race and social justice. Our staff meeting directly following the protest was dedicated to having a courageous conversation, which was actually co-facilitated by Coach Lynette about how their recent tragedy impacted our individuals in the community, but especially our staff of color. Also resulting from this, our lead teachers created a staff anti-racist summer reading list. All staff were invited to select one of 8 choices, including titles such as How to Be an Anti-Racist, White Fragility, How to Be Less Stupid About Race by Crystal Marie Fleming. Currently, we have almost 100% of our staff that have signed up for at least one, if not more, of the readings. And this is going to be the focus as we return for our, in August for our professional development. And I did hear Dr. Garcia talking about just opportunities for shared professional development. We're hoping to reschedule our Courageous Conversations training. Unfortunately, we had it scheduled for our professional development day in March, but it was canceled due to the school closures. So again, we're hoping to either reschedule courageous conversations for us as a staff, or even better, to join the work with our colleagues at Bayside MLK. COVID. All right. So what's been going on since we closed on March 16th? I guess the good thing is that we knew it was coming, so we started prepping a good couple weeks in advance. So by the time that it happened, we were really ready to go. We had 100% of our teachers were delivering daily instruction via Zoom and Google Classroom, which included strategic use of breakout rooms for a lot of small group instruction. Like Bayside MLK, we were using programs such as Dreambox and Epic, which we found to be particularly helpful for differentiated instruction. Our students with disabilities had a daily learning center, hours. And then we also had several volunteers from 10,000 Degrees and other community organizations that were helping to provide one-on-one support with students in need. We established Wednesdays as our extracurricular day, giving teachers the opportunity to plan with each other and engage in our weekly staff development. Even with that, teachers still continued to have their Zoom morning meetings with students Wednesday mornings. Extracurricular activities were provided, and these were all online activities. And it was just such a cool thing. So we put a call out to parents saying, we need creative ideas for Wednesdays. And before we knew it, we had an animator, we had music lessons, we had actually middle school students volunteering to run classes, which was a really cool thing. We even had one of our former grads from Tam High did a seminar on preparing girls for Tam High, which was great. Although we were not able to officially bring back cohorts of students, we did have several teachers that were working with small groups, usually 1 to 2, doing outdoor instruction. Usually they wouldn't tell me. They seemed like they thought they were sneaking, but I thought it was great. As far as our end-of-year assessments, we were not able to administer MAP assessments, so we're currently preparing a report based on our end-of-year report cards. This is going to include the total number of students who were below, on, or above grade level in math and ELA for all students. We're also going to be looking at students who received a no mark in grades 3 to 8. And results of this are going to help us guide our reopening plans depending on how we're able to reopen, but it will help us to prioritize. We're able to hold weekly all-school assemblies on Zoom, so we tried to make sure we were keeping our community together as much as possible and tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy. And the weekly assemblies focused on celebrating student achievement in math, art, and literacy. Our final assembly of the year included a great tribute to the 8th grade. So we had a whole bunch of teachers chime in, many of whom had known the kids since they'd been in kindergarten. We were able to launch a career day, which happened every other Wednesday, called If You Could Be Anything. And we invited Bayside MLK to be part of this with us. It featured all kinds of professionals, ranging from a Pixar animator, a professional dancer in The Lion King. We even had the California State Treasurer on, and a medical officer in the National Guard. And David and I have talked about this, but it's something we are planning to continue into next year. We talked about also making sure to tap into our local community to bring some folks in to inspire our kids. We were able to have a weekly online parent coffee hour, which included our administrative staff and guest teachers. Parents got to choose their topics of discussion. Like you guys, we managed to pull off a full 8th grade graduation, which it was pretty amazing. We had the whole thing live stream. We had student graduation speakers. We were able to live stream the speeches and commentary throughout the whole thing, and everything was planned by a combination of teachers, students, and parents coming together. And I think for us, this has been one of the kind of interesting things that has come out of moving to like this distance or the world of Zoom. It has enabled for the kind of collaboration that we might not have seen otherwise. Right. In order to determine the effectiveness of our remote learning plan and to inform our reopening plans, we're able to survey teachers, students, and families. So we have a pretty good idea of what was successful and areas in which we're going to need improvement. It also gave us a better idea as to, assuming we are able to bring the majority of students back, how many of our teachers are going to be comfortable coming back, how many of our students, how many of our families will feel comfortable sending their students back. We also want to add a huge shout out to Chef Guillaume and his kitchen team and his cafeteria staff and Conscious Kitchens. And that's been a great way to collaborate with Bayside MLK. As you know, we've had several parent and staff volunteers have assisted in the effort to make sure that all families, from both communities, have had access to daily breakfast and lunch and dinners. It's also included transporting meals every day to the Bayside MLK campus. We just assumed many of our families in Marin City were more likely to show up if we could avail meals at Bayside MLK. Willow Creek decided, based on our survey responses, to end food service from our campus over the summer, but I did speak with Robert Clark, and Bayside MLK has agreed to continue to provide meals for any student from Willow Creek that shows up, which we're really appreciative for. Meanwhile, our volunteers will continue to work at Bayside MLK to help distribute food. Several of our parents and teachers have been also assisting on the Tuesday with the packing of bags of love, which great program. Thank you so much for starting that. In fact, my own wife actually volunteers there on most Tuesdays. So she's had a lot of great things to say. Summer resources. We too our kids are now able to participate in that academic challenge. And again, big thank you, David, for spearheading that. We're doing a similar program to provide incentives for our students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch to participate either in online learning goals, attend the Freedom School. We also decided to add attendance at Bridge the Gap and Marin City CSD Summer Zone Sport as basically if they're enrolled in any of those programs, they'll be eligible for incentives. We created a summer resource Padlet, which we did share with David and MLK. We've been compiling all sorts of really incredible resources throughout the last several months. So you guys do have access to that. Hopefully you'll be able to get that out. And our COVID operational template, we have completed it. It's going to be presented for approval during a special board meeting next week. Almost to the end. As far as the personnel update, we did have one fourth grade teacher who voluntarily left for another district, which did open one position. And after interviewing about 8 applicants, we did just make an offer to a candidate, and someone we're really excited about. And then last but not least, reopening. So we too have a reopening team. We've not been able to do nearly as much as Bayside MLK has at this point, mainly because there are just so many more factors that are weighing into us figuring this out, just including the overall number of students that we have and number of staff. But we do have a task force, which includes volunteer staff members, board members, my assistant, myself. We've been taking guidance, like everybody else, and direction from the County Public Health Office and MCOE partners. And again, probably like many other places at this point, we've been looking at 3 models, which one would be a fully reopening with physical distancing and essential protective measures, and that's what we're hoping for. The second would be a hybrid model with smaller cohorts, and then the third one would be predominantly remote learning, but with a focus on bringing back our most vulnerable students and our kindergarten. That said, we're looking forward to having more district participation and support, and with an eye on at least a first phase of unification happening in the fall. So I think I heard David say, well, let's unify. And believe me, I'm on board. Let's do this. It's time. We're ready. Let's start it. Let's start it in September. I'd like to see phase 1. Let's talk. We're really excited. There's just so much opportunity and possibility. So I think that's all I got.
Well, thank you so much, Emily. I was just interested in finding out from you if you've learned this from your teaching staff, how the distant learning went overall. Were there more kids who tapped out than not? Specifically, Black kids, how did they do and if you're able to even, like dissect that. I don't know if that's even possible at this juncture, but I'm just really interested because some kids just didn't do well.
Some kids did not do well. I would say we're still gathering that data as we're getting in our report cards, because we had to completely revamp our system, but we set up a daily monitoring system. We were able to assign all our kids that we were losing to our student support specialists, some of whom are from Marin City. So we had them showing up at homes. We had calls being made. But I would say for the most part, remote learning was way less successful with our African American students in Marin City. Significantly less successful. Some was, and it was for a very, I guess for various reasons. We were able to make sure that we had books in everyone's hand.
We lost your audio.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, sorry. We took all the measures that we thought would be effective. We made sure that everyone did. We hand-delivered Chromebooks. We worked with Marin City Library to make sure that every family had hotspots, but which is why we're really hoping to be able to bring kids. The reality is most kids are going to learn better when they're able to come on campus and have a much higher level of support.
Absolutely. Those who can really, engage in distant learning are, and then those who have tapped out, we will all see at the.
What I'll say, based on my observations and the data that I've seen so far, is that it was actually a lot more successful for our younger kids. So I think in kindergarten through second grade, we had literally no kids that ended up with a no mark. We had almost 100% attendance, 100% engagement. Third through fifth, it was a little better. It was really more our middle school that I think we lost.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Are there board questions? Any intent from the public?
I am scrolling. I see none.
Ms. Cox, thank you so much for your time on tonight. Good to see you. Like your new haircut. I noticed.
It's funny. This is 3 months grown out because I haven't been able to get it cut.
What?
I know.
Welcome to the club.
I guess you dolled yourself up for this meeting, huh?
Well, you know what it is? I've been getting a little more rest.
Good for you.
Just a little bit, not too much, but
yeah.
I just want to offer a quick thank you and thanks for your support for unification. That just made my heart soar. So I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. And actually, I had a wonderful lunch with Bonnie today, and thank you. We had some really good conversations around unification. So
fabulous.
Let's do this, people. Come on.
Yeah. Even better if Bonnie paid for that lunch.
She totally paid for it. I don't know if I was supposed to say that.
You're doing the right politician thing.
No, we're saying, well, this just means I get the next round.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
So, Emily, please take care of yourself. I'm glad that you're back and you got through that little sickness spell. And I hope you're going to take some time, vacation time.
I'm July 17th through the 27th, but who's counting? Counting
Awesomeness.
Yeah, July.
Awesomeness.
Off grid.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing on tonight. All right, folks, we are going to move on. We have the consent agenda before us, and there was nothing that was pulled out of this. So
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved in second. I believe with consent, it is a roll call. Yes.
Yes.
Where are you, Steve?
I am here.
There you go.
Mr. Barrow?
I'm sorry, I have a question on consent. I should have asked this at the opening of the meeting.
You should have.
Too late.
Well, I can either abstain or ask my question, so I'll ask it briefly. I thought the board policies were coming back for a second read before we voted on them. Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, when we had the special board meeting, we had talked about putting it in the consent so that we were not doing, all 11 of them.
No, we do a first read last meeting, and then this meeting was going to be the vote to approve them.
Barring that
misunderstood.
they were read. Did you?
I'm just going to abstain because I didn't spend enough time with them. I know they're short, but I'm going to abstain.
All right. So it has been moved in second, and Steve, you were taking a roll call. I think Mr. Barrow just said he's abstaining.
All right. Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Van Alst?
Yes.
Ms. Hoff?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, that brings us to action items. We are chugging along here. Hey, we might get out before midnight. 1101, consider approval of the Freedom School Memorandum of Understanding. Dr. Garcia, Dr. Clark, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, we're bringing this. It's an addendum to the MOU form that was approved last spring of 19. It just clarifies and the term for summer of 20 and the dates of June 22nd to July 31st. And there's a $25,000 expense, which is actually included in the 1920 budget.
I have a question.
Huh?
So that's the same amount of money the district gave for last summer's program. But this summer's program is more complicated in order to meet the sanitary cohort details and the need for PPE. And I'm just wondering, is the district covering those costs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And part of also is the district is providing the breakfast, snack, and lunch.
Uh-huh.
And be able to do that through the Seamless Summer program, so we'll be able to file the meal claim. So,
Great.
So Hannah Project Freedom School is not paying for any food either.
Great.
That is awesome.
Do you know the number of students?
I think what I heard today was around 40.
Ah, okay.
Those are
our
online. Yeah, those are students that have registered online. They have not gotten, the paper application, so the students are still registering.
So that's from our school, from Bayside?
Total.
Total, from all over the place. Okay.
And Betty made a comment. We had a meeting day before yesterday. They're starting to blur. And that typically the last couple of days before registration are very busy. And then also the very first day of the program, people come to the door to register as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's hope they don't wait and do that. But there will be some that will come late to the door and register.
Well, it'll be a very different experience without Harambe and anyway, but
maybe they'll Zoom it.
I guess. Yeah.
Are there other questions on this MOU for Dr. Clark? Board questions? Any intent from the public?
There are no hands.
All right. So this is an action item.
I'll move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? I think it's
done.
Yeah. Everyone is saying aye on that. Thank you. That brings us to item 1102, consider approval of COVID-19 operations report. Yeah, this is a big one. Dr. Garcia.
It is big, but it's not as big as the item otherwise might have been. I just want to verify that this is basically the 1920 LCAP update requirement. That's what this is. And it's probably the only time in all of our lives that it'll ever only be one page. but it is one page. You all actually have heard of these details on multiple occasions in both written and verbal updates. I am recommending approval. The one pager simply lays out our response to COVID-19. It asks for an overview explaining the changes to program offerings that the LEA made in response to school closures and the major impacts of those closures on students and families. It asks for a description of how the LEA was meeting the needs of English learners, foster youth, and low-income students. Asked for a description of the steps that have been taken by the LEA to continue to deliver high-quality distance learning opportunities. Asked for a description of the steps that have been taken by the LEA to provide school meals while maintaining social distancing practices. Provides a description of the steps that have been taken by the LEA to arrange for supervision of students during ordinary school hours. I apologize. I appear to be getting mealy-mouthed at 9:15. So I feel like I've given extensive details to answer all of those questions in different spaces. So if any of you have a question about an individual item, I'd be happy to provide further detail, but my recommendation will be approval.
Over to the board.
How many students will be with IEPs that'll be doing this extended year? Do you have an idea?
Yes, I do have an idea.
28.
I have beyond an idea.
Yes, I figured.
We currently sent out 11 invitations. Of the 11 students, 5 have opted to go to ESY that will be administered by the district, and 2 have opted to attend Freedom School. The 2 that are attending Freedom School will have the support of a student success coach that comes out of our ESY budget, and the 7 students will be with a credentialed RSP teacher.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Other questions? Right. Any intent from the public?
I'm scanning. I'm scrolling. I see none.
All right. This is an action item.
I'll move
Someone to make a motion.
I'll move approval. We're all falling asleep.
I second.
All right, it's been moved in double second, but I heard Mr. Barrow's voice, so moved by Ms. Van Ost and second by Mr. Barrow. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Oppose? Was that an aye, Bonnie? I didn't hear. Yes, all right.
I can move it. I'm all for it.
Steve, are you with us?
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to 1103, consider approval of superintendent contract extension. Do
you want me to okay, I think I'm gonna leave one thing out, but we are moving to extend Dr. Garcia's contract by 1 year, which would mean, which is in our policy. It's in the contract and in our policy too, but that's an option at this point, to extend his 3-year contract to a 4-year contract, which means it would be up for reconsideration or renewal in 2023, 22-23. Second would be to move him to the second step, which involves a $5,000 increase in salary to roll over 14 days of his vacation time take
Yes.
those days out, roll it over,
Roll them
roll it
over.
over, since he has taken like next to no time off. But then there's a fourth thing which I don't remember.
Just
No,
calendar.
I think you covered it. It was those three things.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I think the contract extension is to add the 2022-23 school year
Right.
to the, not that it would expire during that year. We would add that year. Yeah.
Yes, right. And after his more than enthusiastic evaluation last month, this is a natural step for the district that achieves, ensures stability and underscores his great work with fundraising, etc. So,
I would just like to add that we had intent of having the contract available tonight for the public, and we can put that in the chat. But it is available, so you can also you can also reach out to our administrator assistant if you prefer a copy. But are there other board comments?
I think it's also in the July 2019 minutes, as I recall, or that agenda packet.
Thank you, Bonnie.
June 2019.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add that I'm glad you want to be here for another year, Dr. Garcia. After COVID, power outage, Black Lives Matter. What else do we have? Throw it at you. It's been insane.
Yeah.
Her first year as superintendent. I mean, it's unbelievable. And you're still smiling. Look at that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
It's been a great year. There's no place I'd rather be. I really appreciate all of your support and the opportunity to continue to serve the community. As I said to all of you, it is my intent to remain here as long as you'll have me, and or until we have one of the top performing schools in the state and the country. And it's going to take some more work for us to get there. And I'm honored to be able to have the opportunity to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a full circle moment because, welcome home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other board comments? Any intent from the public?
Sorry, I was on mute. I do have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. Didn't see you.
I want to say this with full acknowledgement of the great work Atoka is doing right now, but I feel like extending the year so far in advance with the uncertainties of structure around unification, it just feels premature to me. I probably have a bigger issue with that than I do, whether there's a $5,000 raise or what happens with vacation time. But for that reason, I'm reluctant right now.
Duly noted. Thank you so much for sharing. All right. And did we say that there was no intent from the public? Did I hear that, Steve? Dr. Garcia?
I don't see any intent from the public.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Marilyn.
Yeah, I don't have a place to raise my hand, but I just really want to thank the board for recognizing the excellence that Dr. Garcia has brought to this district. I've been sitting here at most of the meetings, and after his report today, I wondered if he had a vacation, and I see that he hasn't. And I just really want you to know, Dr. Garcia, that you are so much appreciated. And I don't want to put a truth statement on our prior superintendents, but they've been sorely lacking in commitment to this district and to doing the level and quality of work that's necessary. So just want to express appreciation, and I'm glad that the board is recognizing your excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ellen Franz has a hand raised.
Wonderful. Ms. Franz, where are you? Oh.
Actually, I didn't raise my hand, but I am thrilled to speak after Marilyn in support of what she just said. It is truly amazing, stunning, and wonderful what is occurring and has occurred this year, and what will come in the future under your leadership. Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Ms. Franz.
Yes, thank you for that. I think there's something that holds true in stability, you know, and to, again, Dr. Garcia, I think I said this once before, and that is there are superintendents who don't have an opportunity in their first year to do the work that has been done. For some superintendents and some of the older group would probably tell you it takes years to get, you know, the breadth of work that our little old district here has experienced. And there's been a lot of moving parts in this district, and you stepped up, so much appreciation. Unless there are other comments, Bonnie.
Oh, sorry. I would like to comment, and I don't know if, are there other public comments? I'm sorry, Dr. Garcia.
Oh, go right ahead.
I just want to acknowledge what Josh is saying, and I really want to say how much I support this. One of the things when I was talking with people on the campaign was a real sense of the challenges this district has had because of just constant turnover, and that you just can't get momentum. And we got to have the momentum, and we got to keep the momentum. And I think we've had a fabulous year, and this is going to take a lot to get to a really unified, a really strong school. And I feel like we need to sort of make that commitment to the community that we're there, that we're not going to kind of go, oh, well, now we've decided we're going to try this approach, or we're going to do this thing, or whatever it is. And so that, and also in terms of fundraising, my experience is it's always easier to go to a funder when you've got somebody who's got a track record, you've got a commitment, you know, where the funder knows, okay, if I give money, this is what's going to happen. So I really strongly support this continuation.
Thank you. Yeah, I've only been here on the board, Bonnie, 5 years, and I think we had 4 superintendents in the 5 years that I was on the board. I lost count. Could have been, but the work is not easy.
No, it's not easy.
And if I may, I just wanted to very simply say that Dr. Garcia was truly appointed for a time such as this, because in this season, he is one of the few persons who have the fortitude to manifest communal healing and actually usher in a spirit of habitual transformation, intrinsic liberation for those who have endured trauma from things that they have endured in various respects by being blessed to be in that sacred space with all that it encompasses. And so I am just so profusely grateful to bear witness to someone rising to the occasion to receive the call and to really dutifully manifest change that really and truly he was designed to cultivate. And so that is very much so fervently applauded that we have the blessing to bear witness to that.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory. That was Ms. Gregory, a community member. Appreciate that. So this is, unless there's other discussion, I don't want to move ahead.
One quick comment, and I too recognize, adding a third year onto a 3-year contract, having just spent one, essentially locks it in. But I do want to show some stability and support for stability to the community, and I know anything can happen, with relationships and whatever, but I think it's worth the risk. I'm so supportive of what I've seen so far and all that you've done for us that I want to take that risk and show that our commitment to you and our commitment to your involvement in bringing this district to one of the best in the world.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Is there other comments, other discussion?
No, I just want to say that, it takes courage to say yes. That's all.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Not to belabor this any longer, we thank you so much for all the comments that have been made and the discussion that is happening. This is an action item to extend the current contract to the 22-23 year, to increase one step in the salary schedule, and to carry over the 14 vacation days to the superintendent contract.
I so move with great enthusiasm.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Oppose? Abstain?
Opposed.
Was that oppose, abstain, Josh?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. All right. Stay with us, folks. We're getting there. 11.04, this is to consider approval of the 2020-2021 governance calendar. Deborah, your favorite thing here.
Well, I'm totally,
Dr. Garcia.
I can't relate to this.
I move approval. This has been many years in the making. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
How much more do we need to talk about it?
Okay. But this is just a guideline. I'm not sure how to make this happen. Did you look? It's like 2019. I mean, we don't have it. It's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's not enough squares on this calendar. Can you put a few more, please?
Yeah, I think we have to do 3 versions of this calendar, depending on what happens next, right?
That's why we're going to midnight.
All right, sir, you're up.
Yeah, explain this to us.
I do recommend approval. What we have done is learn some lessons from this year about where to put things. And there are some wrinkles due to COVID-19. So, you see, for instance, a much more robust LCAP section because we basically punted on our 3-year LCAP, and the LCAP for the upcoming school year will be due in December, and then the 3-year LCAP will be due in June. Now, I am happy to say that, we are very far down the road in terms of the development of a 3-year LCAP. It actually was my intention to do it anyway. I just discovered sort of at the last minute that it wouldn't have mattered if we had done it because the county was only approving the 1-pager that we just approved. And we need county approval. So that's a very, big change from a regular year. Effective governance, we will bring this back in September for approval based on any changes or feedback.
I see.
But we wanted to set the year before folks go off for summer. I am recommending that as we think about a transition in board members in the November, December, that we review Brown Act trainings and board bylaws and think about going to the CSBA annual conference, and that we attend a master's in governance training together as a new board in February, and conduct a board self-evaluation there in April. We'll see continued principal reports and head of school reports. We hope that we'll get back to a place where we have regular student presentations. You'll see that I added them to almost every board meeting.
Yeah.
It is my intent that students regularly present their learning and the activities and the enrichment that they're engaged in. Again, the finance development is also expanded. You have your regular first and second interim, but you have all these added LCAP budgets that need to go with the 1 year that will get approved in December and the 3 year that will get approved in June. The facilities update, facilities updates are quarterly. You'll see there the Prop 39 facilities request in November. Although that's there as a placeholder, it won't matter for the upcoming school year because of the settlement agreement we signed. So we could actually consider removing that. My recommendation would be to leave it so that it's there and commemorate it and a reminder for all the community that if, and hopefully we never need to worry about a Prop 39 facilities request again. But if we do, that it's there and that's the deadline. We will continue to update policies. There's an action item a little bit later and we'll work through the summer, but we have a significant amount of policy development to lean into. You will get a Williams Act. You will get the material sufficiency. We'll reopen the superintendent's evaluation process in September and develop goals once the new board comes on. Finalize those goals in January. One change you'll see is we'll have a layoff discussion in February as a part of the regular agenda, so that we're not needing to have special board meetings around any potential layoffs. You see the superintendent evaluation there again in April. You see an expanded community relations level there due to this sort of strange LCAP. And then I have regular unification updates, and we still need to have 2 desegregation advisory group meetings as part of the settlement agreement with the Attorney General. So you'll see those there. And hopefully we're well down the road with the unification plan. And these may be some of the things that we can modify in September. But just in case we are on a pathway where unification happens in fall of 2021, I still have the placeholders here on the governance calendar. I think one thing for us to update in September that seems to be a bit of an oversight on my part is the demand to bargain reopening of schools. So we may need to add those in July and August. The reason I had left it blank initially when we did this is that we don't need to rebargain our contracts. There's a provision for a reopener every year, but we don't need to rebargain a contract because those were finished last school year. But I think that's something that we could look at updating, or if you want to take an amended action to update school reopen bargaining, that's something that I can see very obviously. And once again, like I said, we'll bring it back in September for another pass. But I did want to set us up for the summer and try to set us up for the school year, and that's what you have here before you.
I was just curious, Dr. Garcia, why it wasn't just an information and as opposed to an action, but you may have just answered that question with the last comment there of getting ready for the school year.
Is it possible? I have to say I got a little confused because the date is in September 2019. It's dated 9/12/19.
Oh, at the bottom. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
And the memo referred to 2018-19. So I thought,
yeah,
I think if we could kind of, put in today's date or something like that. Otherwise, it might be a little confusing.
My apologies for that oversight.
Yeah.
Curious whether it's overkill or maybe it does belong on here. Some of the bond deadlines, like the filing with the county deadline, and don't want to miss that if that's really.
Where would that go, Caroline? Would that be in
August?
Facilities, right?
Facilities?
Yeah, facilities, August. Yeah. And then whatever other deadlines there might be related to that. Like, there's got to be a board resolution, right, for approval of the bond. I don't know if that's July.
It would be July, and then we'd have to file in August, and then presumably we'd want to put, the election. I didn't want to be presumptuous since we haven't taken any of those actions yet, but
Yeah, right.
Absolutely, those should go on here.
Also, this has never happened in my time on the board, but I hope that they'll have a board together to do a board retreat. And I don't know, when that would be, but while the Masters in Governance is cool, I think a board retreat would be hugely beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I participated in one early on, and it was a good bonding period as well as a great brainstorming period. And so depending upon who ends up on the board in December, I think it's a good exercise.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just curious why this didn't come as information as opposed to action. Specifically since it's coming back in September.
Like I said, just particularly because I wanted to make sure that we were lined up for some of the things that need to happen during the summer, and the fact that really the LCAP development needs to begin prior to when we bring it back.
Thank you, sir, for the clarity.
I'll move approval of this draft.
Do we need public comment?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Any other board comments? Any intent from the public? Okay, one of the things that is needs to be pointed out in your recommendation is that date.
Yeah. So I'll move approval of this draft governance calendar for 2021, even though it has different dates on it. It's intended for this coming school year.
That's right.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right. Steve, I believe we all said aye. If you didn't hear it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to 11.05. This is consider approval of Resolution 791, Education Protection Account. That's a mouthful. Dr. Clark.
Hi. This is an annual event, and when we do the budget adoption, the Education Protection Account came about as Prop 30 passed in 2012. So staff is recommending approval of Resolution 791 for us for the expenditure plan that is required. We get approximately $22,000 a year from EPA funding. It cannot be used for administrator salaries, so we'll use it for teacher salaries. That's the expenditure plan.
Hey.
Board questions? Comments? Any intent from the public? Need a motion?
I have one comment or maybe question. I would think we could throw this on consent each year, but maybe there's a reason we can't.
There's not. You can put it on consent. Actually, in a normal year with LCAP, you do the public hearing for LCAP, then you do EPA, and then you do the public hearing for the budget. This year, all bets are off because the LCAP is different, but it's an action item between the two, LCAP and budget.
Can you put resolutions within consent?
You can, but either they have to be in a normal year. When we go back to the world of LCAP and budget, it's sandwiched between the LCAP and the budget. You do the LCAP, and you do the budget.
Got it.
Yeah.
But I thought a resolution needs a roll call, so.
So does consent.
You can,
Oh, I see. So that
Yeah.
one roll call reads all.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Did you have another comment, Josh?
Nope. I'll motion to approve if we haven't done that. Or second, either way.
Well, second.
It's been moved in second. Josh motioned, Bonnie second. Steve, this is a roll call.
All right, Mr. Barrow,
Approved.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Ms. Van Alst,
Yes.
Ms. Hoff.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. We come to this daunting time where this is where all the fun begins to happen.
Oh, what have we been doing?
Did not wait for this. We are on 11.06.
I'm going dark. See you guys.
Public hearing for the 2021 budget adoption. So this is a public hearing. I need to open this. And I believe I need to close it as well.
Really?
you have to close the public session and then open the public hearing.
Repeat that, Dr. Clark.
You have to close the current public session of the board meeting and
Yes,
open.
that part. Thank you. It's late in the evening. So if you are tuned in, this is a public hearing, and so we are going to close our regular board meeting at 9:46 p.m. and we are opening up this public hearing of the 2021 budget adoption. Dr. Clark.
Thank you. So, Steve, are you going to give me?
Are you going to share your screen, sir?
I am. Steve just made me the host.
Thank you.
A giant hand.
Yeah, really.
Well, we can't afford a camera on my desktop. So.
Oh.
Can we have a computer in the queue just in case we lose him?
Oh.
So we'll come right back. Thank you.
We've got a couple.
It is all right.
Wonderful.
Steve and I are all here in the Warren with Dr. Clark.
Yeah. All right. So I'll go through this and then we'll do questions. I will say to get started, this has been a very trying year for the budget adoption process. I think I was around as a CBO during the recession in 8 and 9, and I thought that was a challenge. COVID has, I think, thrown everyone for a loop. There are so many unknowns still in place. Governor has his budget. The legislature passed theirs. Now the interesting song and dance of back and forth of coming to an actual budget adoption. So we built the budget based on the assumptions the board gave direction to at the June 4th board meeting. And then that's what I'm presenting tonight for the for board action. But we do know that things will probably end up changing when the governor and this legislature finally come to an agreement. If it has a material change on the budget, we'll come back with a 45-day revision in August. But we'll also, if it doesn't, then we have first interim in December where we can make changes then. And there will be changes. I'm sure there's something in here that's already is not 100% accurate as it was when I printed up documents on Sunday and Monday to post for the agenda. So we'll get started. So this is the presentation. These pages are probably very common to many of you, the unrestricted and restricted categories. Unrestricted is that discretionary money that we get from a lot of different sources. For us, it's essentially the biggest one is our property taxes, local money coming in, and then restricted revenues are typically those old categoricals that come in, state, federal, even some local dollars that come in are earmarked or targeted for a certain expense. And then of course for us, reserves that amount of money that you're going to keep back and hold for economic uncertainties. And we, given our size as a district, is required at 5%. Side note, when we do merge, unify, we will actually be required at 4% because we'll jump over that next threshold.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll be right over it.
Interesting.
This page, just between the state-funded, community-funded districts, that's very common for many of you that have seen that. We are definitely a community-funded district. So I just wanted to put the assumptions that the board gave direction to on June 4th, just listed them here. Nothing has really changed, and except the charter school and lieu money was actually kind of fleshed a little bit more through that conversation. You'll see the full money right there for, well, I do it later on as well. But here are the assumptions. This is just what was there from before. So calling out some highlights, the Attorney General settlement. 1920 was the first year of that. These are just budgeted amounts. We do know that counseling program did not cost us $56,000. So these are, I'm sorry, I'm going to close my window because I'm actually starting to get cold. So, hence my voice shaking. So, okay. This was the planned budget for the 5 years of expenditures. As we go in through year 2, 3, and 4, the budget adoption this year, 2021. So these middle 3 years of the Attorney General settlement, some of these numbers have changed. So it won't be that total cost when we get to year 5, when we end 2024. We know that won't be the cost. And probably this next year, what we'll do is, especially at the unaudited actual presentation in September, we'll come back with the 1920 actual cost for the Attorney General, and you'll see those numbers change. But as we go through into the budget adoption for this coming year, plus the next 2 years, 2022 and 2023, some of those numbers have shifted. Counseling program, working with 10,000 Degrees, they're with the partnership, they're doing work for us for counseling, and we anticipate that that expense will decrease significantly and only to $5,000. We talked about the idea of scholarship. We didn't have any payout in the 1920 school year for scholarship as of yet. And we talked about the idea of, since the Attorney General settlement says on January and July, you need $50,000 in the account, and we already still have that $50,000 there. We talked about the idea of not putting the $50,000 in for the first part of the school year. But then it was kind of along the lines of go ahead and put in the next 50. That way it's there. And then if for whatever reason we might not be able to make another payment, we would still be in compliance with the Attorney General. Summer school, you see, monitoring oversight remains the same. Public relations, we think probably in the next couple of years would get us to a point where we can actually just eliminate that expense completely.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. But.
Okay. The charter school financial impact. This came actually from the second interim presentation. I tried to take that same chart and modify it for us as we go into the budget adoption. The county was suggested, and we agreed, and I think I mentioned this when we had our June 4th board meeting, the idea of doing the property tax in lieu, the statutory calculation based on their actual enrollment, based on their actual ADA coming into the 2021 school year of 334. They're owed $2.5 million because the settlement locks them in at their 356 ADA rate. This was like the property tax settlement add-on, for lack of a better terminology. And those numbers are a little different than we were a couple of weeks ago. There was an error in the calculator that was done, and some miscommunication by a few of us talking about a lot of different ADA rates and terms and when. And so it got clarified this last week or so. And so those are the amounts that we actually, per the settlement, what we owe Willow Creek. Basic aid supplement, that took the 10% hit. everything in the governor's proposal, which is pretty much what this budget's based on. State aid, a lot of categoricals that we're getting. Took the 10% reduction for the governor's proposal. Per the settlement, the oversight fee drops to 1%, and this was a straight go from 3% oversight fee to 1% oversight fee because the oversight fee is based on the actual revenues that Willow Creek will receive. Until that is actually settled, I just kept the same 1% fee calculation of their 3% fee. I just turned it into a 1% fee based on the existing numbers we had. That might change depending on the actual revenues coming into Willow Creek. Sorry. Special education, right now their estimate for the 1920 school year is $658,000. And given that there are some changes with transportation and changes with some staffing and back and forth with step and column and the raises, and whether or not there's not there's a student who is no longer at Willow Creek and just no longer needs the one-on-one success coach, we just kept it. Since that number is going to change throughout the year, and actually as we get into starting the school year, I left that as the kind of a rough estimate for their contribution for the special ed cost. This is almost the net effect of their cost after their revenue that they get. Willow Creek gets a certain amount of special ed revenue that we essentially keep towards their overall special ed bill, and this is what the rest of the special ed bill is. Utilities, I just kept it pretty much at the same place. I bumped it up. I think I rounded it up. It's $93,000 and some change estimate for this year. And depending on what they use, and we'll do a final settle up when we get into the very last bill for June. And then we talked about the day of the board meeting on June 4th. We found out that day that the ACES grant was to take a 15% reduction. And so these are the revised numbers for the ACES grant. We as the official grantee get $125,000. And then that's the break apart for the school district in Willow Creek based on the numbers of students we have in our after school programs. And those have been set for a couple of years, not the amounts, but the numbers that we have. Calling out the contributions a little bit, we were able to make some changes when we working this year. We had several, if you look back at the adopted budget for 1920, there were several contributions to a lot of the 9,000 resources were donations accounts, community accounts. And the idea was, and honestly, it's just about preserving and saving time. If we as a district are using the unrestricted money, the resource 0000 to contribute to another resource, why not just go ahead and pay that expense out of that resource? And now that we have our program codes in place, we're able to track expenditures for programs. We can have multiple resources paying for the same program, and we'll be able to track it anyway. So we went from, I think there were 5 or 6 different contributions going out to other resources, and we're only down to a couple. Special ed, of course, is the biggest one. The basic entitlement for special ed resource 3310. I was really close. I thought I had made it to where it wasn't going to require a contribution, but in the end, the benefit structure, bumped me up in doing the budget model. It required the contribution. ACES, this is the current plan that we have to where the success coaches, I think Principal Fernand made a comment earlier about when we come back to school, the idea that the student success coaches still to be negotiated. We're going to be working from essentially from 12 to 6, I think it was. They're coming in and working for the afternoon and working in the afternoon, then coming and working after school for students. Since we're using the ACES money to pay for the after school program, we exceeded and we took the 15% cut. We exceeded the cost or the use of the amount of the ACES grant, so we contributed to that program to pay for that. And then routine maintenance is much higher this year than we were last year. Adding the 2 custodians at Willow Creek per the settlement. When you add the director, the maintenance guy, 4 custodians, with the 2.5% raise, with step and column, and with the benefits, it jumps up. So now all staff are living in resource 8150, so we'll be able to track all those expenses pretty well. These are the transfers. They look pretty consistent. The excess costs went up, not too bad from where it was before. Sorry. The excess cost to special ed is about a $30,000 increase coming from the county. Transportation has been pretty remarkable I would say probably in the last 6-8 months. We were at in the 218, then it jumped up to 250, and the negotiated contract with First Student for the coming 2021 school year is 271. So that's a pretty good jump. You can see the ACES grant, that was the transfer. That's the transfer to Willow Creek. That's their same amount. And then also the transfer of the in lieu, the add-on, the additional payment made to Willow Creek. Food service, we've actually, silver lining for COVID is that we get a pretty decent claim for meal claims. And so over the last couple of months, our revenues have increased. I can't give you an exact number just because I haven't sat down and do the math, but coming in at the end with the deposits that we're getting from the state and the Fed reimbursement checks have jumped up. And we know through the summer, we're going to be doing it as well. We haven't done seamless summer before. And having one staff member doing food and actually being able to file the claim for a breakfast and a lunch on every day. And if we can continue to do the numbers that we were doing in April and May, we do know that the June lunches have kind of dropped off a little bit. But that was contribution last year was around $160,000. So we were able to reduce that to 145. And I think they're actually, when we look at Fund 13, there's still a surplus or a planned surplus for next school year. And then Fund 40 is the contribution for the certificates of participation to pay off. That stays the same. So just a real quick summary, the big picture for the revenues. Unrestricted, restricted federal, restricted state, and restricted local. The biggest change, these numbers will look very different, and I probably should say the community budget report, which is also attached to this presentation. The goal was to take the 200-page SACS document, which there are probably very few people who can follow it. And sometimes even, yes, you, Trustee Van Alst, you're one.
She's weird.
It doesn't give sometimes the details that most lay people can follow and understand. And it makes sense. When you do stuff by object and by function, sometimes it it doesn't make any sense of what we really did with that, or how we spent our money. So the goal of the community budget report was really to take it and to turn it around with the program codes and to list those out where, oh, that's how much we spent on our after school program. That's what we spent on our books and for that program and for professional development, because we're tracking it that way. So I tried to take it away to where you take that long page, that maybe confusing document, and create it to where it's broken down to the way the state categorizes the funding that we get using the SAC structure, the standardized accounting account code structure from the state. So between unrestricted and the restricted categories, for the vast majority, our property taxes are in the unrestricted world. That's also where the in lieu is as well, so you can see the breakdown. Salaries are, for the expenditures, the breakdown of the estimated actual plus also the budget adoption. We've actually, gone up quite a bit from the adopted budget in 1920, which was just over essentially $6.5 million. Coming into the budget adoption, there's a lot of different ones. The biggest one is probably with the staff that we've added over the course of the year. And there have been a lot of changes in staffing. Especially planning for 1920 and planning for 2021. 2021, 2021.
Be a fast year.
I just got that's a lot of money in one time. If you go back, we can go back and during presentations of first interim and second interim, we did kind of interim updates about how those monies were, how the increases and the changes in the budget were there. For this one, the biggest one is adding the 3 teachers, adding the 2 custodians. Those were changes that we made. Step and column increase, the 2.5% raise for staff. As we got through the rest of them, we tried to do a really good job of looking at our services and operating expenditures, the 5,000. It took essentially what the 5,000s were right now and just went through and started to make reductions or changes based on what we currently have. Was it a one-time expense? Is it an ongoing expense? Things that we could cut, things that we could tweak, things that we can't. Insurance is a good example. You'd love to cut it, but you can't. So that's an expense we just have to pay. And then, of course, the 7,000s, the major object code 7,000s, the other outgoing and transfers. That's just a reflection of making those reduced transfers out. A big one is just the change in how much money we were sending to the charter school versus this year, it's not as much as we were in the past. So for unrestricted, restricted, you can kind of see the kind of a summary, the estimated balance when we start the school year, going through the revenues and the expenditures, the changes, and then of course the ending balance. Pretty good. There was a moment, and Dr. Garcia can attest to this, there was a weekend when it was, there were a few text messages about, we're in trouble, and there was a lot of red. And then it was, take a breath and come back in on Monday, and it was, oh yeah, I forgot about that. No, I forgot about that. And then that number started to change. So these are pretty good numbers. I feel very confident with these numbers. There's going to be some things that whether we missed, whether it's a change, whether it's a positive or a negative, but it should be pretty close or in this ballpark. And of course, that's given with the parameters and the assumptions that we used to build the budget. Anything changes next week, if the state adopts the budget and everybody agrees, then all bets are off. These numbers could be very different, and which would come back to the board for review. I wanted to just talk about the ending balance for just a minute. The reserve is it looks very different, and part of that conversation is the well, let me get into it because I think I call it out on a future slide. So the multi-year projection. So in the 2021 school year shows a small deficit. And I'm okay to do an operational deficit, especially one that's so small for this first year in the 2021 school year. I mean, we're very fortunate. We are a very blessed community. There are many districts down the road who are, there's a lot of red all over their budget. And so I feel very happy that we were able to build the budget to do the 10-to-1 or 10-to-2 ratio, adding teachers, adding staff, carrying out the raise, step and column, and being able to do what we want to do for the future for our students, and to do so in the 2021 school year with very little red. I mean, $12,000 in the red is to adopt a budget, I think is pretty good. And then we go out years, it just looks very different. Pretty much in the black, the reserve level jumps up. Those biggest changes right there are the settlement for Willow Creek is for the 2021 school year, and holding them at their kind of a designated ADA rates. So 2021 is the last year that when you go out to 21, 22, those next 2 years, it goes back to their actual ADA. And I think it's 332, 334 is what they're being, is what their current ADA rate is. So that is in those next 2 years. That's a change. Plus also, in the assumptions, we had some really nice property tax growth in year one, 4.71% growth over the prior year. But due to COVID and some being a little more conservative for the out years, given the property tax and what could happen in the real estate market. So for year 2 and 3, we used 2%, those assumptions we already saw. So personally, I would love to see those reserves up in the mid-teens, maybe a little higher. One of the things that we talked about at the board meeting on June 4th, there was a special ed settlement that was unexpected, and it was a very decent, a very substantial amount for us as a district. And it doesn't take much when the reserves are where they are for us in the numbers that we have, that settlement for special ed, especially if it's a significant one, could make a significant impact to the district. So that's my 2 cents for going forward into the future for reserves. Just to touch on the other funds, the board recalls that we've talked a lot about Fund 17 and 35 and 49 and 52. Those were a lot of funds that we had little small carryovers and small balances. One of them, I think, had like $2.49. And so through the course of the fall and the spring, board took action to transfer those ending balances to Fund 14, which is a deferred maintenance account, and then to close those funds. And then I missed one of those funds, Fund 52, I believe it is, because it goes along with Fund 49, which is all about an old debt that the district had a long time ago. It was I think it was capital projects for blended components, if memory serves something. And so I didn't put them on because they're not going to be part of the adopted budget. You will see them at the unaudited actuals in September, because between now and then, when we close the books and we're done, we'll make those transfers, close those funds, and then that will wrap up during the 19-20 school year for the unaudited actuals. But these are the 3 funds. Fund 13, you can see there's a little ending balance, which is good. Fund 14, it has the beginning balance. I'm not sure why. We did it a couple of times and actually had some county help, but it's not showing one of the expenses that we had in Fund 14 for this school year. So according to SACS, when we rolled forward, it thought that we didn't have any expenses. So I left the number just like it was, because that's what's in the SACS document and people will see it. So when we close the books, you'll see that that amount is, the beginning balance is now gone, and what the revenues will be moving forward for 2021 is still that transfer that we make, the $155,000 transfer. And then, of course, the expenditures, we didn't plan any expenditures in the 2021 school year. What you see there is that Director Taylor wants to do over at Willow Creek and also here at VMLK, and to do some summer construction work and to kind of keep things up and running. And so it was a minimal amount for this upcoming summer. And Fund 40, the biggest change is we did the transfer for the $500,000 from Fund 40 to Fund 1. And the revenues for Fund 40, the revenues that go in is the transfer for the Fund 40, for the COP payment. And then, of course, also the interest that we get on there. And then you can see the expense, that's the COP payment. And so you can see the balance. Board also took action on June 4th to give some flexibility for the school district to use the reserves or the available funds in Fund 40 as for interfund borrowing, just in case when we start to close the books that we need some quick cash to keep positive, because we can't close the books and any of our accounts or funds can be negative. So there's plenty there. I will say I'm not worried about our cash flow. We've had a nice influx of cash, I would say, in the last month. Biggest change for us as a school district is we've been getting our money from the state and some federal money. But Willow Creek has made 3 of their special ed payments, and memory serves, they're $179 a piece, so they're almost paid up on their special ed. And the last and final payment for special ed comes in, I think it's September. When we both close the books, we do the final true up for the special ed cost. So cash flow for us should be pretty good for the rest of the year. So we shouldn't need to borrow anything from Fund 40. So next steps for tonight, we're in the middle of the public hearing for discussion and public comment, and then pending that, we'll close the public hearing, open up, and then it'll be the board action, hopefully for approval. Pending state action, I just want to call it out again, depending on what the state finally does with their budget. If it's a material change, we may need to come back and do a 45-day revision. So it'll be at that August board meeting. It won't look the same. It won't be a SACS document. We're not required to put together a SACS document for a 45-day revision. Essentially, we are required to come back and give you a summary of the changes and then how the impact it'll be on the adopted budget. And then the SACS document changes are made for the first interim, which is in December. That's it. Oh, before I stop, I would like to just bring up the community. I'm just going to fly. This is the community budget report, what I mentioned earlier. And hopefully it's helpful for the community. And you've seen this before. The executive summary tried to explain what it is, what we did, the changes, what happened. And so to kind of give a primer to what the document is itself. And then it goes through with the timeline, the changes, some of the assumptions we use, some of the highlights. And then, of course, it gives the details. The general fund summary, which you've seen that. Then it goes on to the MYP, and then it gives a summary of the revenues. So I tried to list everything that's there so people will see the unrestricted revenues, the restricted revenues, and then, of course, the contributions and the transfers, so people can follow that. And then the details. So, and the details are the revenues, everything's run by a resource. So the idea for a resource is just think of it as a bucket of money or a different source of money. For us, is quad zero. It's almost like I wrote in the executive summary, the idea of paycheck. Grandma wrote you a birthday check, gave you money in a birthday card. You won the lottery. So they're all different kind of pots of money that all come together into one account. And for us, it's our general fund or the other funds, depending on where they are. But this is the general fund itself. So unrestricted, those resources. And then to help for me and for the community to help track, especially when we start talking about which is which. So you see the object code. These are all the codes that come out of SACS, that come out of the state system. So you can, and then with the title and the program code. Program code 3 zeros are essentially, they're undesignated for something or unassigned. And most of the revenues that come in are 3 zeros because they're unrestricted and can be used for anything. You'll see some of those. You'll scroll down a little bit and you can see, let's pick one's really good. Let's say 903. It's object code 8699, which is other revenue. And you see program code 903, which is ASB Student Council. They get some money. They had the movie night. They do the candygrams. They do the flowers. So there is some revenue that comes in. So we'll be able to deposit the funds that they receive into program 903. So there's no question whatsoever about how much money does ASB have and how much they have to spend. Program 902, which is the library, classroom library, is a really good example. The school got a donation from the community at the end of the 18-19 school year for classroom libraries. And that money is sitting in that account. So the principal knows how much money he has to spend on for classroom libraries. You can see the resources. Now you have different resource codes for the federal, in the state, and the local. And again, the revenue coming in is 3 zeros because it can be spent for anything within that category because you can use your Title I money for a lot of different programs. So it's just revenue coming in. I tried to go back and put them together so you can see kind of the 2021 school year as a whole. 1920 budget adoption, the first, second, and third. And then there will be a 1920 estimated actual. You can see that. And then when we do the actual estimated actual in 1920, those numbers will be there as well. That 1920 estimated actual is right now kind of wrapping up the year, this year, moving into next year. It will look very different when we do the unaudited actual. Expenditures are the exact same way, unrestricted, restricted. then you get into the details, and this is the part where the community might be really able to follow what we're doing. You can see all the expenditures there for resource code 0000 and the program code. And the program code listed out. These are all the Attorney General agreements. Program 2s, 262 and on, those all stand out. You'll see that we don't have anything there for the desegregation or for the comprehensive plan because we don't have any planned expenditures this year, but we do plan to spend $5,000 on the counseling program. That way the community will be able to see what the budgeted planned expenditure is for by program, and then you can track it. And then those go on between the unrestricted, the resources you can see there, restricted still by resource and a program code. We have, it's a good example. This is the federal money, Resource 3010, which is the Title I money. We're planning to spend that money in 2 different programs. Program 919, which is academic and intervention, and then also 951, which is the general education program. Essentially, it's teachers. So between those 2 different programs, we're going to be spending all the money that we get for Title I. And then that just goes out all the way into the very end. We do a summary of the expenditures. It looks very similar to the same thing that we did for revenues. And then the funds get broken out separately as well. Fund 13, Fund 14, these look very different. They're more big picture because everything sitting in those funds go directly to that. And you can see that. There's changes here, just to clarify, between second interim of 1920, we still had over $1 million. The transfer, the $500,000 to Fund 1 happened after the second interim. So that's why our beginning balance looks very different. So now I have interest coming in as well, which is really good. All right, that's it. I'll go back.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. That was very comprehensive. President Green, you need to unmute.
Sorry, folks, because we're still in the public hearing, and it's a time to hear from the public. Do we still need to share your screen, sir?
It depends. If you think people are going to ask questions about something that's in the presentation, and I want to go back.
Leave it up. Okay. So this is a public hearing, and I can't see Dr. Garcia, who might have questions.
I am scrolling. I don't see any intent from the public to comment.
So Steve, I have to stop.
What?
Steve, I have to stop sharing.
Because we'll need to close this.
What Steve is telling me is that now, since I am the host, I'm the one who will see who is raising their hand.
Oh. Uh-huh.
I can see there's no hands raised.
I don't see.
Okay. Is there no board dialogue during the public hearing? It's all afterwards?
Is my understanding, unless there's something different, because I mean, before we go into adoption of it.
Either way.
I think either way, Trustee Barrow, I've been in both districts where public hearing was held after the board had their conversation. And it really was close the open meeting, open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? No. Close the public hearing, open the regular meeting, and then the board goes on. So it depends how we want to do it.
Yeah, is a direction that I was going to move us into. So if there is no comments from the public, would like to close this public hearing at 10:24 p.m. on June 18th, 2020. I'm hearing myself echo.
Yeah.
So Can we stop sharing the screen now, please? Thank you. All right, this is a time for the board to give input.
I think you actually have to reconvene the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. We are reconvening back into the, our open session for the school board at 10:24 p.m. June 18th, 2020. I'm still hearing myself echo. I don't know why that is. Board comments on the budget presentation by Dr. Clark.
I'll start by sharing great compliments on the thoroughness and just the direction that you've taken the detail on the budget. You went through so much, you probably covered this, but I didn't quite catch, based on the last meeting we had where you asked for direction on the assumptions, I thought we landed in a spot where we were taking the difference in the LCFF calculation between the time of the settlement and now the governor's revise, and not allocating it to either Willow Creek or the core district budget, but kind of setting it aside. I missed how that manifested in this budget.
It wasn't shown.
Me too.
So
You have to look in the fund balance and the SACS detail to see it.
So there's a couple of things, Trustee Barrow. Trustee Van Elst is absolutely correct. I did a new slide for the components of the ending balance, and we had some question here, and that was after it got posted. And then the idea, if I change the presentation, if I change it, then it's not within the 72 hours. But there is I have an individual slide that breaks out the components of the ending balance. And Trustee Van Elst is absolutely correct. It actually is in the document, and you can see all the components there. So is your question that it's there, or
where is it?
I didn't show it?
Mostly it's where is it?
I think you've explained it. I was wondering kind of where it is, and it's, I think a short way to say it is it's sitting in the ending balance unallocated.
Right. It is unallocated, and I think one of the questions that I received today from a board member was the idea that because it was set aside and it was essentially assigned, it actually comes out of the calculation for the reserve. And so that's why our reserve is essentially 5.3%, because that additional amount for consideration is actually earmarked or assigned. And so it kind of comes out of the calculation for the reserve. But if the board doesn't move forward or do anything or plan to do anything with that, it's essentially there for the board to use, and it becomes part of the calculation for the reserve itself.
Does that mean the reserve goes up if it's not used, or does the reserve go down to like zero practically?
Well, if I could just add a little comment in there. First of all, you can find it on page 21 of that SACS document that's in our board packet. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Clark, but essentially we ended this year with an $846,000 fund balance.
Let's see.
Next year we end with a $891,000 fund balance. So we don't add a whole lot to it. And the way I'm reading this fund balance, Dr. Clark, part of that current fund balance for the upcoming 2021 school year is $296,000 that has been set aside for a possible Willow Creek payment. So it's not, as I read this, is not new money coming from the 2021 budget, like a surplus that's adding to our fund balance. It's essentially taking a portion of that existing fund balance and pulling $296,000 of it aside and saying that it's restricted and set aside for a possible increase in the payment. And I had some concerns about that because, aside from whether or not, there's additional settlement or whatever, I was more concerned that, let's say, the legislature reverses course and decides that we're going to keep LCFF where it was. And so that whole 300,000 decrease in mandatory LCFF gets added back. Right now, if that were to happen, we would be paid out of reserves. And so our reserves would truly go down to 5%. So we, our goal is 5%, and I'll finish the rest of it. Dr. Clark, there's more to it. But, we get down to 5%, and I was worried that by earmarking out of our current reserves, and, the probability that this LCFF could get reversed, that we'd be really hitting our reserves by quite a bit. I was kind of expecting this 300,000 to sit in surplus, not in our reserves, meaning we would have, revenue would exceed expenses. And right now we have a negative $12,000 deficit budget, but I was kind of hoping it would be 300,000 surplus. So that was the earmark that I was thinking of, that the money's not spent, is not allocated to expenditures. It's just sitting there waiting to figure out what the budget happens with the governor. And so if 300,000 needs to be added back to the mandatory in lieu, then we take it out of that surplus and put it back. If there's additional settlement with Willow Creek, well, that 300,000 would go to that. If neither of those things happen, then that 300,000 would be available for spending once we know what the budget's going to be. But that didn't happen, and I understand is that the 300,000 essentially has been absorbed into our budget, and it's been allocated through different expenditures. So now we're left with two alternatives. If the governor reverses course and restores LCFF to where it was before, we either spend it out of reserves and our reserves go down to 5%, or we need to cut expenses that are currently in the budget. And so I had asked Dr. Clark, where might we cut those? And I think it was, perhaps staff that haven't been hired or some other programs. But long story short, if the governor reverses and puts LCFF back where it was, which is what the legislature wants, and they're rejecting the governor's proposal, there's going to be cuts to the expenses that we just reviewed. The spending that we just reviewed is my understanding, because I don't think we want to hit reserves with that 300,000 if that's where we go.
Can you tell me the page number on that SACS report that you referenced?
Yeah, it's page 21.
21. Okay, thank you.
And it's in the right-hand column.
Yeah.
It's towards the bottom, and it says, and so that's why our reserves, even though you look on that reserves page, it's 800,000, 900,000.
Right.
Our reserves levels are all the same. But because we've got an extra 300,000 set aside in this year, our unassigned amount goes down to only 383,000. And as I understand it, that's what you use to determine your reserve for unexpected uncertainties. That's the 5%.
Yeah, thank you.
Essentially, we've pulled a big chunk out of our reserves and set it aside. So it decreased our ratio. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, now that I see the document, and as you alluded to, it is in the board pack. And so that was helpful. Thank you.
Did I explain that right, Dr. Clark?
You did. You're absolutely spot on. The only thing I would add is that if the legislature, for lack of a better word, gets their way, and they don't make the cuts, then those cuts that we've experienced, those 10% cuts, come back to us as well.
That's right. I forgot that part, because there's other revenue that would be restored as well. Yeah.
So our state aid goes back up. Our
ACES goes up.
Supplemental goes back up. ACES goes back up. So all those cuts that we experienced come back to us as well. So as I said, I have to sit back and behind it to see if it really watches. But I think it would actually be really close at the end of the day of what that would be. So it may not be we lose $300,000 out of our ending balance. We have actually more revenues coming in.
I've been patiently waiting to see what they're doing with the budget. Has there been any movement?
No, not until the 27th.
Other than the legislature has, adopted their portion, which they have to by June 15th to get paid. And so now we're sitting back and we're waiting.
Till the 27th or something, right? Isn't that how long the governor has?
I think so. During negotiations.
Yeah.
He's going to veto it.
And that's the other side. He has that right, that power to do that. He can go through and do a line item. So he could go on.
So it feels to me like the guidance we gave in that last meeting wasn't specific around the expected reserve level. And so therefore, you could interpret what's been done here as either setting it aside as we directed, or we actually absorbed it into the budget. And either way, it's probably not worth arguing. I think you've clarified where it is right now. So the question I have is probably more for the entire board is, what is the time frame for making a decision on those dollars? Are we waiting to hopefully get more news from the Sacramento?
Yeah.
What happens if we have to adopt our budget before we get clarifying news?
I think everybody's playing it safe right now, because it's just so difficult to put our finger to the pulse. Just like this virus is very fluid. So I think in what is before us is playing it safe.
I will say as I'll say as an employee of a state agency, you have to move, right? You have to make a decision and you have to assume it's going to change because everything is so up in the air and we just don't have the revenue data and we don't, there's a lot of things. So, at least in my world, we come up with a budget and we say, Dr. Clark, I suspect we'll be seeing you in 45 days with a significant revision. And I think, that said, the direction we've been given is don't y'all be committing all the money at the beginning of the year, because it's likely that we'll be coming back and asking you for more of a cut. So don't come back. Don't say, oh, well, we figured out how, we didn't hire everybody up. We whatever it is, right? That you try to be a little bit mindful. But I'll just say that's my role. And I think that we just, this is a period of enormous uncertainty. But my understanding is statutorily, you have to pass a budget and we have to give some kind of direction and, whatever. And I mean, we've got, as I looked at the budget, I think there's, little wiggle room, as you pointed out, Dr. Clark, with the, the scholarship fund. There's some things we could do that may or may, I think that the direction of setting it aside for now is absolutely right. But yeah, as I say, we may come back to you and say, yeah, we gotta cut some more, but.
Other board comments, questions?
Did you hear anything from the monitor, Dr. Garcia?
I did not.
Okay.
I mean, it just seems to me like unless we get really clear indication from Sacramento in the very near future, we don't have an intention of providing clarity or relief to the charter for their budget. And I understand the rationale why. Don't agree with it, but I understand it. So I don't have any more questions.
Other board comments, questions?
I just say this whole budget sure points out the importance of unification. So come on, team.
That's That part. You know, sometimes it's hard. It's so difficult to stick within your budget. I'm learning that during this time of COVID, okay? But I'm saving money because I don't drive, I don't eat out.
Yeah, no kidding. So I want to say in this budget, you know, when we've made the votes in the past, I voted no because there wasn't a sharing of excess with Willow Creek with the settlement. You know, that's now happened. You know, we have this other wrinkle right now with this 300,000. So I kind of want to do a half yes, half no. I don't know how to do that. You know, I feel Willow Creek's pain too, that they're going to have to look at cuts in their budget with another 300,000 deficit. Plus, I think they're also got a shortfall in their fundraising. So their budget's going to get kind of grim. But I get the uncertainty too.
Yeah, and then also, you know, Emily gave a lot of indication on what the program's going to look like when they come back. So they don't even have that ironed out in the sense that, you know, maybe within the restrictions that are before them at this point with this budgetary, maybe they'll be able to work within that. I think that when we had our last conversation, it was that at some point you got to work within your budget constraints. And
well, I get that, Ida, but a lot of it's about the significant excess that the district has and the allocation of that to support all kids.
right, but that money is just holding in a pattern. I mean, you know, it's not been allocated one way or the other, but it's there because we have no idea what's ahead of us either. You know, we have no idea.
Well, I doubt that if we were to settle further with Willow Creek, we'd pay it out of our reserves, dropping our reserves down to 5%. So where it landed as a set aside makes it extremely difficult to use it as a settlement with Willow Creek, rather than if it was in a surplus and allocated to our expenditures.
Well, I did that at one point, and it increases our expenditures, which changes the reserve calculation. Because adding the $300,000 to an expenditure line increases the overall expenditures. The amount of money you have as an ending balance divided by the total expenditures drops your reserves as well. Plus,
So
also,
were we running a 300,000 budget deficit prior to this decrease in LCFF?
I honestly can't remember if that's where it was, because this is 2 weeks ago. When I left the board meeting on Thursday night, it was back in here Friday morning and the weekend doing calculations with the budget model. I do know that there was a point where it made a significant change when it was an expenditure, but also going back to the board, I didn't hear the direction of the board to make it an expenditure in the district. It was more of a set aside. And so for me, it was a set aside out of the ending balance, because then it didn't affect our budget in a sense as an expenditure. It's money that's come to us as a school district. And so we're setting aside some money out of our ending balance as a potential, mitigation payment, for lack of a better. So it changes the overall financial structure of the district if it had been made an expenditure. And I wish there had been a surplus of a $300,000 surplus when we got to the very end of doing the budget. But, we're making a lot of changes for this next year. And, and President Green is, I think, spot on, is the idea that we don't know what's coming. And right now we're planning, 10 kids in a class, which means more teachers, more staff, more expenses. I'm sure there's expenditures that I haven't thought of, the superintendent hasn't thought of, the principal hasn't thought of, that are just going to come up. I mean, I paid $40 today on sanitizer bottles, and that wouldn't have happened 4 months ago. So, and that's minor. It's $40. It's immaterial, but I think that's an example of what we don't know what's coming.
Yeah, no, I get that. And I'm just thinking of 500,000 out of your budget of Willow Creek compared to $40 for sanitizer. It's going to be, they're going to be core cuts to their programs as a result.
No, it's an example. I know,
Yeah.
but it's just an example. We don't know what's coming with the future expenditures. So setting aside out of our ending balance was very different than making it inexpensive.
I think there are a lot of mechanics on how you could set it aside. You've covered at least two. You might have been able to put it in another fund. That'd be a third option. I think, to me, those are less material than we didn't give any guidance on the expected reserve level after the set aside. And I would concur with Caroline that it goes down to 5%. That's particularly low. I know we've got Fund 40 is a little bit of a cushion there. So, one would analyze it, it's actually even more than 5%. It's just we've been in this spot before discussing how low do we take our reserves, what do we do with Fund 40, et cetera. We're still here. That's not going to change tonight. And so my question was kind of, how do we ultimately decide? And what I heard is we're waiting for the state to decide. And if they don't, it sounded like we're probably just going to continue to wait. Like there's no near-term process for decision from what I could hear. So.
Well, don't we have to adopt a budget?
Yes. Yeah, but
don't we?
The adopted budget, but of course we do. But the question is, where does this sit in our adopted budget? Does it still sit unallocated? Do we allocate it? And we, of course, have the choice to do that. And from what I'm hearing is there's no real intention to make that choice by the time we adopt the budget, unless Sacramento effectively does it for us. Right. And I disagree with that direction, but I understand the logic.
Okay. So. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. I thought we were, okay.
I mean, I think for go ahead, Bonnie.
No, go ahead.
So as I understand it, we'll hear from the governor by June 27th or thereabouts. And the thought of going through the best planning that we could bring to next year and meeting the COVID requirements to throw some of that out. I'm just not, I would rather leave things as they are and rethink it on the 27th. And when we know more, which may change yet again. I mean, I think it's the most responsible thing to do. And I'm saying that in part because I've spent 21 meetings with a unification task force that in some ways this meeting has been like really jarring because it's like that's not happening. But that's the future. And I don't think there's almost anybody who would argue with that. So that's my ace in the hole, frankly, is that unification brings such economic sense to these uncertain times and truly the future of the students, all the students in our district. And I can't step out of that reality because it's been increasingly real with every one of our meetings. And I mean meetings that included 3 Willow Creek board members and Caroline, myself, and Dr. Garcia. And I'm going to stay in that place. And that's my logic.
I'm hearing a special board meeting coming up, huh?
One thing I would like to offer for all of your consideration is that, while normally you wouldn't hear me recommend a 5% reserve, and I don't think you'd hear Dr. Clark recommend that either. If there is ever a year to run a 5% reserve, it's this coming school year. We're in an unprecedented situation with this pandemic. We're in an unprecedented situation with this budget, and I suspect there will be many other school districts running close up to their reserve. I think this is actually going to be the 1 year where it's general practice in our state. And the fact that we're not carrying those low reserve levels into the out years is actually, I think, something that one might look at as positive.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify, where I'm at, which is
We get it.
what I said in the last meeting, which is we had a spirit of the settlement, which, as I said, I don't think we're sticking to. And the out years increase in our reserve goes beyond the settlement and frankly beyond Willow Creek's viability. And so they don't exist in those years, practically speaking, which is wonderful if we embrace unification and get it done together. Whether that happens this fall or next fall, those out years would be dramatically revised. So I'm not so concerned about them because I think they will look nothing like what we have. I am very concerned about this next year because as much as all parties want to unify, working through the logistics of timing on that is still uncertain for me, which is part of why we did the settlement. And we basically, had a spirit of, hey, whether we do it this fall or next fall, nobody will underserve the kids. And unfortunately, I just don't feel we're still there. Puts a lot of pressure on getting unification done this fall, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but very complicated. And so that's why I raised issues in the last meeting, and I'm raising them again today.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but what Dr. Clark is presenting to us is following the recommendations that we did discuss on June the 4th.
Well, I think the hope is to decide more than a set aside. The set aside was part of the assumptions, and between that meeting and this meeting, figure out what we're going to do with that. Not just as a set aside.
And I guess I'll say, having, we heard, I mean, just today, right? We got guidance that changes the how many teachers and support staff we're going to need and that kind of stuff. And it feels to me like, I do think that the prudent thing is to set it aside and then to really, come back. And I have to say, Dr. Clark, I think this is just going to be one of those years where we're going to be spending a lot of time on budget and trying to, sort some of this stuff out. But yeah, I do think we'll get, presumably we will also be getting some more guidance, and I think that will really be helpful. And it could be a compromise. I mean, that's the other reality, right? It could be some sort of compromise that the legislature works out with the governor. It could be a whole lot of things. And so anyway, that's my sense is I'd like to make it clear, which I think we're doing, that we want to set this aside, that we don't want to just say, okay, fine, that was the deal, so it goes, whatever. But I think I will say I want to set it aside so that we can look at it and have more of a discussion. And between now and the 27th, or maybe anyway, whenever, we'll be having joint discussions. We'll be having, more planning sessions, some more ability to say, oh, well, maybe we could do X, Y, Z. And I will say I am not closing the door on saying that it should go to Willow Creek at all, right? I'm just saying, I just think for now that the prudent thing is to set it aside.
And the set aside at this moment it's in the reserves.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm okay with that.
I am too, and I think what Dr. Garcia said, if there's ever a year to, bring the reserves down, there's plenty of, to be uncomfortably low, which we've been in years past, this is a year to do so. And I'm not willing to say, okay, go back, Dr. Clark, and take $353,000 out of, well, let's see. How are we going to do that? What are we going to cut?
But see, that's my concern. Is we're saying we're setting it aside, but then you're going to have those same comments of what are we going to cut? And,
it's going to come out of the reserves.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that this year of all years.
Yeah. So I just want to back up and say, Dr. Clark, fabulous job on the budget. Everything aside, and explanations and all the detail. And all of this stuff kind of, it's beyond what you can control. So I just want to put that out there. And I'll likely vote no again tonight. And you all know reasons why. And it's not because of how you presented the budget, Dr. Clark. Okay.
Can I just ask though? So Caroline, what would you, where do you see the money? Where would you take the money from?
Reserves is fine with me. I just am surprised that the whole 300,000 went into the budget and then got absorbed into expenditures. So it's surprising to me that we had a 300,000 deficit that was suddenly this money was needed to cover between second interim and now, because we weren't seeing that at second interim. So I was fully expecting to see the 300,000 to show up as a surplus set aside, not as a portion of our reserves.
Even with the hiring of 3 new teachers and with
I was told that our reduction in classified was going to cover that. That was part of the explanation. So I get it, things happen and expenses come up, but I just feel like that to keep the trust and moving forward towards unification, to honor the spirit of the agreement, to prevent Willow Creek from now having to go back and face budget cuts that are going to be pretty severe to their school year, which is what we were trying to avoid. Yes, it's comfortable for us to sit on this money and say we're going to hold it in reserves, and we're going to wait because we don't have to face that level of cuts right now. Willow Creek is going to have to do that, and so we're forcing them to wait and make these decisions because they have no other choice. They have to adopt a budget as well. So
yeah, that's exactly right. It sounds like we're ready to vote. I don't think anybody's going to shift on this.
No, but we do need to hear any comments from the public at this point before we do take a vote. And I don't know why I continue to be amplified. Got that echo going, but Steve, Dr. Garcia.
I see no hands.
Thank you. Okay, folks, this is an action item before us to adopt the.
Actually, not this item yet. This is
this is discussion. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Can we go to the next one?
Yes. That brings us to 11.07. Consider approval of the 2020-2021 budget adoption. Dr. Clark.
So the staff is recommending approval for the of the budget as presented to the board this evening.
All right, we've seen the budget, the backup documentation. This is an action item. Need to get a motion.
I will move approval of the budget as presented.
It's been moved.
Second.
Moved by Bonnie, seconded by Deborah. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Opposed.
Opposed.
All right. Thank you, folks. Did you get that, Steve? You still with us?
I got it.
Mazel tov.
I look forward to seeing you shortly, Dr. Clark, with updated information and, ability to really figure out what we need to do.
As soon as the state figures out what they want to do.
That would be lovely.
Here, here.
That would be.
Maybe we should send Governor Newsom some chocolates. Perhaps that might help out in his thinking in passing the budget that's before him. All right, folks, this brings us to 1108. Consider approval of a resolution 792 tax anticipation note. Dr. Garcia, I know this is kind of like one of those things that come back every year, but can you, I'm sorry, Dr. Clark.
Right. This is staff's recommending approval of Resolution 792, which gives the district authorization to request a loan from the county, just in case through the course of the year we run into negative cash, and there's no cost to the district for this service.
Board comments, questions?
You do this every year. It's great.
Ready to vote.
We missed it last year. But, yeah.
All right. Any intent from the public who's dwindling on us?
Really?
We got 16 people on this call. Any intent from the public?
There are no hands.
All right. I think I heard Mr. Barrow, correct me if I'm wrong, make a motion. Did someone second?
Second.
I'll officially make the motion now. I make a motion to approve.
And Bonnie
Earlier I
second.
just said ready to vote.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to
That's
keep
all right.
up. Steve, this is a resolution. Roll call.
Oh.
Bro,
Approve.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Van Alst,
Yes.
Ms. Hoff.
Yes.
Thank you. Brings us to 1109. Consider approval of Resolution 793, the November 2020 Sausalito Marin City District election notification. Let's just run right into getting a motion to approve. Dr. Garcia.
Yeah, so I am recommending approval. We do need a resolution to approve the election order and name that we're 2 regular term, 4-year term positions in the November 3rd election. And that the payment and for the publication of a candidate statement of qualifications will be the responsibility of the candidate. And we have to have adopted that at a regular board meeting in June, so I'm recommending approval.
Thank you, sir. Board questions? Any intent from the public?
No hands.
All right.
Motion to approve. Second.
It's who's who? Who
I
moved it?
moved.
Okay.
Moved.
Caroline moved and Josh second. It's a resolution.
Roll call.
Mr. Burrow,
Approve.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
Ms. Van Alst,
Yes.
Ms. Hoff.
Yes.
Thank you. 1110, consider approval of resolution 794, authorization of signatures. Dr. Clark, can you cue us up?
Yeah, it's an annual action for the board. Staff recommends a resolution 794. It's the authorization of signatures or authorization for signatures. It's the same document that we approved last year when Dr. Garcia with Mr. Ayala.
Yeah. One of these that come back. Any intent from the board? Questions? Any questions from the board?
No.
Any intent from the public?
I see none.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Josh motion, Bonnie second. This is a roll call.
Mr. Barrow.
Approve.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Ms. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Van Alst.
Yes.
Ms. Hoff.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve. All right. This brings us to 11:11. Consider approval to remove and replace Trustee Van Oss from the Policy Committee. Where's
You
the
take
part
me
that
off and
says?
put me back on?
Where's the part that says and replace her with Josh? Where's that part? I didn't see that.
Yeah,
on
you're gonna
there.
remove and replace me back on there? I want it off. You're not gonna replace me back on there?
I'm just reading. I'm reading what's before us.
But I'm curious why, I mean, Bonnie is the sole member of the Oversight Committee. Can't she be the sole member of the Policy Committee as well if Josh doesn't want to be on a committee?
Or do you want to join us, Josh?
Of all the committees, this would not be my first choice. So with the limited time I have, I'd like to allocate it to another committee when the time presents itself.
Wow.
Deborah, you just pulled a short straw.
Yeah. Do we have to have more than one person?
I mean,
If it's a committee, unless you have to.
on a committee that meets Josh. You only do your first choice committees? Is that your the way you want to be? Okay, fine.
Did Tarina leave us?
Probably.
I think you need 2 people to be a committee.
You do.
But Bonnie's Bonnie's the Oversight Committee.
No, there's no committee.
Oh, it isn't?
She's just
no.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Right.
Pretty fun, Josh.
Wow, you're such
So just looking for some guidance.
Does it need to be a committee?
Any standing committee, which by definition has a continuing subject matter jurisdiction and/or meeting schedule fixed by formal action, irrespective of the number of board members of the committee.
I think this is actually ad hoc, isn't it?
It is. And so what California App 972 Government Code 54952 says, temporary ad hoc advisory committees composed solely of less than a quorum of members of the legislative body. So
so you can do one.
It looks, my interpretation is that you can have a one trustee committee.
Okay.
That's ad hoc.
Sorry, Bonnie, to bail on you.
You guys are going to go, you know how wild these posts are going to be. I'm going
let you run amok by yourself.
Yeah, I will take you to dinner. I will take you to dinner whenever that's possible.
Okay.
And it'll be great.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what it may mean is that we may need to have more discussion at the board meetings.
Oh. So that means that if we notice, we're supposed to read them if we can find time?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
We'll try to give you a heads up. Read this one.
Okay.
Here.
Start
I mean,
in January.
so far, I don't think anything's been terribly controversial, but I think we can, hopefully we can flag that.
Yeah. Wow.
I think that, yeah. Inter-district transfer was the only one that I think we spent a fair amount of time trying to puzzle on, so.
Yeah, it's just between the unification and facilities and bond and yeah.
I get it. No, okay.
Yeah, and you know what? We got some of those ones that really need to be brought before us early on. So thank you, Dr. Garcia, for that. When he stepped in, when he came on deck, we had to get some of those early on policies done, and did that. You guys did that. So
yeah, right. We had to deal with the federal audit issues.
Yes. So this is.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, so just remove Caroline, no replacement. So we need to approve. I move that I'm removed from the committee.
Yes, that's what it will be, but we need to hear from the public. If someone
I have to say something. I mean, I'm learning slowly about what it means to be a board member and about what it is to be a part of a team. And I'm going to say that if I can be, I mean, Bonnie's got this down, but I'll be on that committee with you, Bonnie. If that's because, we're all pulling in the same direction in theory. And so I volunteer to be on the policy committee.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Not my first choice, but that's not what being a board member is about.
Well, we appreciate you stepping up. Any intent from the public?
I see none.
All right.
I'll change my motion. I remove myself and replace myself with Deborah.
That's not possible.
Yeah. From the policy committee. Ad hoc policy committee.
We had a motion, need to get second. And so I will take the liberty to second that motion.
Yeah, okay. I could. I'm happy. Yeah.
I'll do it. Why? Because sometimes you just step outside of the circle. So it's been moved by Caroline Van Alst. I second it. Steve, you got that?
Got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Didn't hear you vote, Josh. Which way did you go?
He approved.
I just voted approve.
Thank you. All right, folks. Looks like we're going to probably hit our mark for 11:30. It's only 12 after.
You just jinxed it, Ida.
Yeah.
We will.
All right.
11:12. Consider approval of the University of Redlands MOU. Dr. Garcia, you still with us?
I am. So this is yet another member of our TOC pipeline. We ended up having to do individual MOUs with all of the different partners, but they're very similar to the other MOUs that I brought before you in support of that. Just a quick plug for University of Redlands. They're normally a SoCal university, but they have opened up on the Theological Seminary campus in San Anselmo. So they are a local program, and they're one of our only local programs, only teacher credentialing partners that actually provide housing for their candidates.
Yeah.
Because they have housing on that Theological Seminary space. So I think it's a good partner for any candidates that may be in need of housing while they're earning their credential.
I saw that that they are here now in Northern California. That is really cool. Questions, comments?
None.
Motion. Oh no.
Any board comments? Do you have something, Josh? All right.
No.
Any intent from
Must be some kind of noise.
The public?
I see no
From the
intent from the public.
All right. So
Move approval.
Second?
it's been moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. I think we're all there, Steve. Everyone, yeah, approved. That brings us to 1113. Consider approval of Dominican University of California Memorandum of Understanding. Dr. Garcia.
Yeah, so this is a little bit different than the MOU to support the teacher of color pipeline. This is a separate MOU to support student teachers. It's something that we've done annually, and we would like to renew the MOU.
Okay.
Does that include the nurses? Because they are this.
That's governed by a separate MOU, actually.
Okay. All right. Any board comment? Any board comments?
No.
Any intent from the public?
I see none.
Need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor? Aye.
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 The ayes have it. All right, that brings us to 1114. Consider approval of Sausalito Marin City School District Statement on Racial Justice and Equity. Do you want to cue us up on this, Dr. Garcia?
Yes, and you know, I perhaps, in considering the length of this agenda, could have made this a discussion item and brought it back a second time, but I wanted to at least open the discussion with you as a board of trustees. We have seen many of our local government agencies, be they town councils or school boards or nonprofit organizations, create statements in support of racial equity and justice, and in support of the movements that we're seeing happen in our local community and really across the country. And so I wanted to provide an opportunity for you as a board of trustees to think about, reflect upon, and perhaps craft a statement this evening. And if not, at least begin a conversation so that a statement can be crafted. And there's two pieces of backup here that I've provided. One is the Marin Promise Partnership Statement on racial equity, and it says, racial equity for students in Marin will be achieved when race and ethnicity no longer predict the outcome of a young person's educational future. Our organization commits to identify and dismantle racial inequities and to provide equity-based supports so that our most vulnerable children can achieve their full potential. A second piece of graphic is simply something that is designed to scaffold a conversation around what we mean when we say equity, what we mean when we say justice. And at the top of the graphic, I particularly like this as a fan of the Giving Tree. You have inequality where there's unequal access to opportunity. The second tree, there's equality, evenly distributed tools and assistance. But you don't get a changed outcome because even though the two children have the same ladder, they're not picking from the side of the same tree, and the tree is not bent down to pick. There's not the same amount of fruit on that side of the tree. Equity shows custom tools that identify and address inequality, right? So this time, the one student that is picking from the poorer side of the tree has a taller ladder. They can at least reach a few apples. And at the very bottom of the graphic, you see justice, which is fixing the system to offer equal access to both tools and opportunities. And so here you see a straightened tree with even fruit, and both people have the same ladder. And so I just wanted to offer one a statement and one a graphic to scaffold a conversation. And like I said, you know, given the time this evening, maybe this is a discussion we want to begin but not finish. But I wanted to provide you as an opportunity as a board of trustees to make a similar statement as other boards have made, other town councils, other school boards, other nonprofit boards have made. And I think it is important, given the community in which we operate, that we come up with a statement to some effect.
I totally agree with you, sir, in terms of, having a statement, and in doing so, it can't just be a statement that's not going to be lived out. When you're talking about racial and equality and so I personally feel that yes, to have the embryonic stages before us, this is something that needs to be thought out.
Yeah.
I don't know how you put a statement on racial justice and equality and equity, in 2 minutes. Because again, whatever statement is, like Marin promised, that statement that they have, you need to live that out. We can't just put words on a piece of paper. I don't want to put words on a piece of paper.
I agree with what both you, what Ida just said, and what Dr. Garcia said, that it's late, and this bears real time and thought and crafting, word crafting, and action intent, the intention of action. I just want to say that I would like whatever statement the statement we commit to, and that it address the district's valuing of the historic Black community of Marin City, and that's a part of what we see as our role, our action, our commitment to racial justice. I also think that the statement that came out of the district on June 5th, describing, as David, I think Dr. Principal Fanan talked about earlier, the staff's response to the murder of George Floyd, and the response on this part of the staff to develop a curriculum for racial justice and empowering our kids to see systemic racism. I think that's a place I would go to get some of the words that will make this a really meaningful statement.
Foundational. Other board input?
I'm curious on the desire for acting promptly, and whether or not we feel like we've also made statements in the past that maybe we could reiterate, maybe we could just craft a new one. But I'd applaud Marin Promise and others for acting promptly. I think their statement is pretty well crafted. We probably don't want to just say, yeah, use that, but we might want to consider how fast we put something together.
Yeah, we do have a policy on equity.
We do.
So we want to make sure that, we include a lot of the components that are within our board policy, and that at least we parallel what we've committed to already. I don't know how to quite put this into words, but if we can include something along the lines of how to get people to embrace and involve themselves in the movement for equity, because a lot of people don't know quite how to engage in conversations or engage in kind of assistance to move this forward. I read a few articles about a gentleman who's African American. He's a gardener down in Beverly Hills, and some of the things that he encountered with essentially racial profiling by the police and so forth. And one of the women he was working for said, "How can I help?" He's like, "You've done it by asking how to help and you engaging with me in conversations." So I would like and Ida, you and I went to lunch when you first started as a board member because I wanted to get to know you. And I thought, how do I show and demonstrate my caring? And what you told me was, stay there, show up, get involved, and don't leave, and stick to it, and continue to be involved. And then by showing that you're committing to that involvement, and you're constantly being present, you're going to support those movements. So that conversation that you and I had stuck with me, to this day. So if we can provide some guidance within our statement on folks on how to help, or, I'm not quite sure how to craft it, but something along those lines.
Well, one thing I'd like to offer you all as a process is this idea. One, equity and racial justice work isn't about intellectual understanding. It's the awakening of humility and compassion. It's realizing our neighbors have suffered and continue to suffer, often because of our action or our inaction. And maybe each of you could just take a stab at writing your own personal statement and sending it to me, and then I can do some work of synthesizing, and we can bring this item back as a synthesized item that then we could spend a little bit more time on.
Okay.
A good point.
It's a great idea.
Great suggestion.
Okay.
I also really like what Caroline suggested, is to consider how to help people make a move. The 75 things that white people can do. That long list that's well annotated. But maybe from a more personal perspective.
Did you want to chime in here, Bonnie?
No, I think that's a great solution.
All right. Before
I have never read The Giving Tree, so I really struggled trying to understand that graphic. So sorry.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, but it does. It takes it a step further than, because it gets to the systemic nature of racism and in a way Heather walks in. Yeah.
I use one that has there's the kids, one kid be over, and then and equity is everybody's at the same level, but or equality is everybody's at the same level, but equity is when you can see through the fence.
Yeah, but this one looks at the systemic nature. It's not just, it's like you gotta reconstruct the tree and redistribute the fruit,
Well, justice is the new component of it.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
In the legal world, it's taking you got to be able to see through. I see it as for me, it was an easier thing to understand as a systemic change.
Yeah.
So it's just an easier graphic for me, but that's, as I said, that's all.
So do we need to move to table this?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, I'll move that we table it to a future meeting with the guidance that we provide Dr. Garcia with our own statements.
Before we do, should we hear from the public?
Oh, good idea.
And
I'm sorry.
Can we also
No worries.
put a time frame on it, or getting Dr. Garcia's our statement, so that, while Josh may not have a sense of urgency about it, I think it's too, given everything that it is important that the district have a statement.
And Josh says there was a sense of urgency.
Oh, but I
know.
I didn't think he was.
And can we get the policy up? Can you forward us that policy as well, Itoko?
Absolutely.
Before we go further, can we hear from the public? Because we're obviously going to table it.
I see no intent to comment from the public.
All right. Ms. Van Alst, you were making recommendation on the?
Yeah, I was just moving to retable it with the recommendation that we forward our own statements to Dr. Garcia for review and consolidation or whatever.
She made a motion.
I'll second.
Second. Oh, Bonnie, go.
All right, it's been moved in second. We are all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You with us, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Marvelous. All right. Here we are, 11:15. Consider approval of the district name change survey.
It's 11:30, but okay.
It is. She said I was going to jinx it, and I did. Dr. Garcia, I thought this was very interesting. Can you cue us up? We only got a few more things here.
Yeah, I think that as we continue to evolve as a district and work towards unification, I would like your approval on beginning a process to get some even more formal feedback from the community about changing the name of our school district. And the reason that I think that that's important is multiple. One, when I was a kid, there used to be an actual hyphen in the name. Through, I think, an act of sort of internal staff resistance, the hyphen was dropped at some point. But the name of our school district, in some senses, supports a divided community. And as we move towards unification, I want to invite us all to lean into the idea that there is so much history attached to the division in the community that is represented by a divided name, that I think we have a real opportunity as we move towards unification to forge something new, to rename something in the spirit of unification. And we have gotten some feedback from the public, which makes up the options that you see here on the survey. And there's informational links for more information on each of those names. But I think it's important that, that the board approves such an action, because in some senses it's actually quite a big action to change the name of a school district. As we saw here locally when the Dixie School District decided to change its name, it wasn't actually a simple process. They ultimately did change the name to Miller Creek, and I commend that community for doing so. But it was hard fought, and so this is not an action that I ask you to take lightly. I don't expect to have the same kind of conversation or tension in our community that was had in the Dixie School District. From what I can tell from most people, anecdotally, people are actually very open to a name change. But it's not something to be taken lightly, and I think it's important that we have your approval before we move forward with something like this.
Dr. Garcia, are these, I remember being involved in a vote at one of the early unification meetings. Is this what surfaced from the vote?
That's right.
Can I just say, the thing that really struck me is it's only men's names. And it doesn't sit well with me. I'm sorry. And I don't know who to suggest, but I'll tell you, it just.
Is Miwok only?
No. It's, the only two, it's Richardson and James.
Joseph James.
Yeah.
The names of individual people, I think, is where trustee.
Yeah, the two individual people. Just, as I say, if I could, I was sort of trying to puzzle through a woman. It just, I don't know.
Ellie Stanford? No, just kidding.
I know. That's the very thing, right?
That would be a good one.
So
You could put an option and name it. You could put an option and name it after Ida's mom.
Yeah.
There was also
Now you just got my attention. God bless you.
Tries.
There was also a local woman, I believe, who was responsible for setting up the senior center. There's
Marguerite
several
Johnson.
Yes, yes. So there's several good female options.
What about the woman whose name is in the library at Willow Creek?
Oh my gosh, shoot. You can never forget Miss Juanita.
Yeah.
Gosh, we have bombs going off outside.
Oh, really?
Literally, yes. So she was a principal in
Juanita.
the school district for I don't know how many years, but she was also my second grade teacher, and we had corporal punishment back then. So I really knew how to get some act right really fast. Once you get hit with the ruler, you don't want to get hit again.
One thing in terms of naming conventions, and this is more about schools than school districts, that I found interesting is I was working with the Clark County schools significantly over the last couple of years. Clark County is the school district that serves Las Vegas, which is now I think the 7th largest school district in the country.
Wow.
So Vegas has 3 million people these days. It's not the tiny little desert town that we all remember from a few decades ago. It's grown exponentially. But they name all of their new schools after community members that are still living. And those individual people have a relationship with the school. And so, I mean, given, I know that the 2 examples or 3 examples that we just came up with are people that are not living, but I think Josh presents an interesting option for, an alternative name choice or naming choices, and it works really well in Vegas to name it after real people that had a real impact in the community.
Going slightly the other direction, and by the way, I'm a big fan of the direction we're on, but I feel like we also should have a responsibility to ask if people don't want to rename the school district. I feel like that question should be on the survey. This kind of presupposes that everybody wants to.
That's a good point.
Yep. And just want to, go ahead, Ida.
No, I was just going to say, you just become familiar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just option 5, all the rest of them have links. I'm not quite sure. Find some fascinating link for Golden Gate Bridge or Golden Gate District. But just to provide it, because I'm sure somebody's very proud of that idea they put out there. So it just doesn't seem like it's a hanger on the list.
Well, I remember the person who added that to the town hall conversation. I mean, I don't remember his name, but yeah.
But I think it actually got a lot of votes, didn't it? Yeah.
Golden Gate District.
It did. Yeah. The reason these names are on here, and the reason that I am recommending that we move forward is, as we did ask the question, Josh, do you think we should rename the school district in the surveys? And the majority of people actually did support it. So that's sort of why the presupposition. But I think you're right. Going out to the larger community, they may not have taken the previous survey. I think it's a good recommendation to add that question. And
if nothing else, it'll reaffirm the sentiment, which I think will be needed in the case of a name change.
Yeah.
Sure.
But all of these names were the names that ranked most highly in the survey that we've already done. And
what about the write-in? Were there names that people just wrote in that
I mean, we definitely got a bunch of different suggestions. But the main suggestion was just to have a write-in so that through this process, I mean, just much like the conversation we just had right now, we got 3 names of community members that we could name the school district after that haven't come up in any other space. And I think as we get people really sitting and reflecting on it, there may be more, you know.
That's true.
How
I
is,
know,
excuse me. How is the survey going to go out?
Yeah, that was my question.
we
And
were
to whom?
send both paper and digital, and start with parents at Bayside, MLK, and Willow Creek, and then expand out to the larger community.
Yeah, and by the way, it's Juanita Gaskins, who was whose photo is in the library at I don't know who the other person is, but
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm ready
Yeah,
to move on.
okay.
Or we need public comment.
is there any intent? Is the board dialogue over? So we have like 3 or 4 people in this call right now.
No
That are
one from the public.
All right.
So I'll move approval of the survey, but add the question of, do you support a name change at the district to the survey?
Second.
And add a little blue link to the Golden Gate option.
Second.
So it's moved with that change and seconded by Deborah. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right. Thank you.
So if we don't approve this, is Mark going to cut us off?
Most likely. This is 11:16. Consider approval of a technology contract. Dr. Clark, can I just say, Dr. Clark, before we dive into this, that sometimes, people go beyond their scope of work. And I know that that's happened with us in Mark.
And Brandon.
And my gosh, Brandon. So Dr. Clark.
Yes, thank you. We have the end of the 3-year contract with Silico for technology services, and Mark Tong is proposing an agreement as well. We're only asking for 1 year for this upcoming year. There is an increase, but over the 3-year contract that was there for the last 3 years, there wasn't an increase. For those 3 years, it was a fixed rate for the 3 years. And to your point, President Green, beyond outside their scope of work, both Mark and Brandon both. So staff's definitely recommending board approval of the contract for the 2021 school year to continue with Silico for technology services.
And if we, so if we're looking at an option for unification in September, some of the things we'd be looking at are consolidation of contracts. Would we still have an option to do that, or are we locked into this contract?
There's an out, but it's also interesting to note that Silico provides technology services for Willow Creek.
Yeah, right.
So I think
we could get economies of scale by doing one contract instead of 2. But
well, I mean, if we were to unify, it would be the push to have one contract to serve the district with 2 states. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
But should we add a line in this contract to make that a more explicit possibility?
We could go back and add it. I think the idea that there's in here about termination and changing, we could do that. And so I think if you've got an out in the contract, changing in both parties, and I think coming forward, Trustee Turner, coming forward to where we're now negotiating a contract that's serving 2 sites for the district, I can't imagine that the vendor would be opposed to that. especially since that vendor currently serves both entities.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm happy to go back. I do have, his contract expires on June 30.
Oh.
Good
All right.
And just to add, our thinking was with respect to unification, that's why we're not doing a 3-year contract. We're just doing a 1-year contract.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But they fit their Silico is a big part of distance learning, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, if Principal Fernand was here, he would tell you that, Brandon was having office hours. I think it was 3 days a week where families, kids, parents would bring in the Chromebooks that weren't working. So Brandon sat during all of the, the past 3 months of school, Brandon sat in the library and fixed Chromebooks. And then I know he did home visits as well with Principal Fernand going to, parents, kids couldn't come to school, so they went to the house and Brandon pulled up a Chromebook and tried to fix it. I don't know about many technology companies who'd be willing to do that without a bill for extra hours.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Really incredible.
Okay.
He was surely busy. He was busy over these 3 months. I've seen him. Other board discussion.
I think it's a no-brainer. We need to continue this contract. I would be interested to know for a single school and district office kind of comps, but there's no way we're going to judge judge that within the time frame we need to renew. And even if we had comps that come in lower, we're clearly getting good value out of this. So I'm okay to vote tonight. But I would like to know comps just to understand kind of what other districts are spending.
I do know that Bolinas uses them, and they're pretty close to us. I mean, they have 2 small schools, but their enrollment is just under ours as well. Just under our enrollment. Yeah, and I can reach out.
And
how many other technology companies are going to break down your meeting, your board meeting after?
At midnight.
Yeah, really. Jeez.
0.
0. Yeah.
We'll be putting away all the chairs.
Right.
And pulling up the tape from.
Right. There won't be tape. You just have to step over the wire really carefully. Right.
Trip over it.
Yeah.
You taking a picture of us, Deborah?
No. Well, when Josh comes up, he looks like he's a painting. The quality of your link, it's just kind of neat. But no, I might. Anyway.
Hold on. Is my hair okay?
Everybody looks fabulous. But Josh looks like he's a painting.
Is there any intent from?
Oh, Josh.
No, it's like we need haircuts.
I actually lost my connection, so I'm limited to audio. My video connection is out.
Oh my gosh!
You're not taking a picture of the green phone.
Are you back in the mountains?
I am. I'll try to reestablish it, but I gotta fire the generator. The solar power is gone now.
All right. So
Mark would like
approval.
Is there any intent from the public? I don't see.
Yes, Mark would like to comment.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Mark.
We love you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So, you guys asked the questions about flexibility. And the way I structured the contract or worded the contract allows just for that. Just know that this is not so much a contract as it is a pledge. So if there's an opportunity to reconsider other options, there's that flexibility. You can cancel it at any time. I wouldn't consider this a contract, but more of an agreement moving forward, a little guideline moving forward, and how I should support you guys and how you guys want me supporting you and Willow Creek and any of the what may come of the unification. So there's flexibility. Just want to let you know that.
But you're not going to leave it.
Mark, are you with Josh?
In the forest.
This is my tapestry in my room, so everyone comments about that. I like
it's
it.
Really nice.
That's the background.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you for that comment, Mark. That's, yeah.
It's
Well
good thing we had
received.
glowing reviews of you. I didn't realize you were sitting on there.
My
That
working
was well
philosophy-
received.
My working philosophy has always been, if you guys need me and want me here, I'll be available for you. And if you guys will entertain my contract tonight, I mean, this coming year will be my 15th year in the school.
Oh,
district, so
Wow.
Wow.
I look forward to continuing.
Wonderful.
All right, folks, it's before us.
I'll move approval.
Second.
It's been moved in second. All in favor? Aye. All right. Steve, sounds like that was all of us, Steve. If you didn't hear it.
If I may
All
put
right.
in one more comment about the previous board item.
What?
There's a previous board item about the school names. I just went ahead and bought all of the relevant school name change, just in case anyone was chosen.
Brilliant.
Just in
Wow.
case. And if you guys have any other name recommendations, please toss it this way so I can secure the domain name, just in case.
Oh,
it gets
good
right.
idea. Wow. Boy.
All right.
Yeah. That was something when I looked at that there was no cost involved in changing the name. It's not true. That's one of them, you know. So
yeah,
getting out anyway, there will be costs, but that's, I don't know how much, but
I think I meant there's no additional cost to doing the survey.
right, I gotcha. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
the domain names are minimal. They're about $10 a year per name. So I just went ahead and secured them just in case it gets someone else will buy them.
Brilliant.
Uh-huh.
Now that you own them, how much will you sell them to us for?
Yeah, millions.
I just want to fill everyone's pulse because these are great conversations. It's almost midnight. We were intending to end at 11:30. There are 2 items left. I think it would be great if we can just push through, if people can hang in.
Let's go.
Or we can bring them back.
Let's go.
Quick.
All right, here we go. 11:17. Consider approval of the MOU for Ross Valley Charter School.
So
In lieu payments. We should have brought that one back.
Actually, so I have the item for you tonight, which recommending approval of the MOU with Ross Valley Charter. When the state budget was enacted for 1920, the law changed that any state board of education approved charter school was entitled to LCFF. And so the shift actually creates the same structure of in lieu taxes. So if your out-of-district students attend the charter school, then those districts owe the charter school money. For us, 1920 school year, it's about just over $14,000 is the total bill. There are 9 districts in Marin County who are subject to this. They have students that are attending the Ross Valley Charter School.
So this is money for students that live in 94965?
Right. Students that would come to us, but they go to that charter school.
So is this only for state approved charters?
Yes, that's the change.
Wow. Because my understanding is that as for our district, you only get out of district money if the kids come from an LCFF district, not from a community funded district.
And that was
But if you're state approved, it's from everybody.
I'm not sure if it's everybody, but I know for sure it's the basic aid districts.
Only basic.
I know it's for sure basic aid. The districts for us: Kentfield, Lagunitas, Mill Valley, Miller Creek, Nicasio, Reed, Ross, and Shoreline.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I guess.
True. It is basic aid districts.
What?
I'm reading the background on the cover page.
It's only basic aid districts?
Yeah.
Yeah, because LCFF would come straight from the state for state funded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No worries. They're going to return to our district as soon as we get our open the doors to a killer campus.
How is that
Look at
fair
that.
that, you know, we have a district approved charter, but we don't get reimbursed from basic aid districts for out of district students that come to us from basic aid districts?
Well, we will next year.
Oh.
We will next year?
Yeah, because we're a district of choice, so we'll get at least
25%, but not the 70%.
not the 70%.
Because right now we get that supplemental payment is 70%, but it's only for out of district kids that attend Willow Creek from
Yeah.
LCFF districts, not from basic aid districts. So the state funded charters get some benefit.
I think Willow Creek will have similar MOUs with other basic aid school districts with children that attend Willow Creek.
But that money comes to us because we pay the in lieu. And so it's a reimbursement to us. So why wouldn't it be a MOU between us and the districts?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Maybe because it's a state authorized charter and not a district authorized.
Oh.
Yeah, but that just seems inequitable since we just talked about equity.
Well, I think the state looks at it the other way around and says, you have enough local property taxes, that's why we're doing this.
Yeah, but why wouldn't that apply to other basic aid districts who take in basic aid kids?
That's why we have to rewrite the law.
Yeah, exactly. It's a matter for the legislature to decide.
Yeah, not us at 11:56 p.m.
Once again, those kids will be coming back to the district sooner than later.
There you go.
Any intent from the public? This is an action item.
How many students does this involve?
1.75 ADA.
Oh dear. Okay.
Right. 2 kids.
Okay.
I will move approval.
Second.
Was there a comment?
No.
No, it got moved and seconded.
And okay. It's been moved and seconded?
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to keep up with you. It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Brings us to 11:18. Consider approval of Marin County Free Library Partnership Agreement. I mean, Dr. Clark.
This is the continuing partnership with the Marin County Library. This is the next 3-year contract starting 2020 going to 2023. And they have estimated costs for the next 3 years, but they're projecting not to exceed $10,000 in the 2021 school year, which is already included in the budget adoption that the board approved earlier this evening.
Was this MOU with Ross included in the budget adoption?
No, because that payment is in the 1920 school year.
Okay.
So it's last year.
1920, right. Gotcha.
Well, still this year for another 12 days.
But not in the budget. Right. Okay.
Okay.
I think this is a terrific deal with the library, and I love them.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's nice to have
Marin
them in.
Library.
Yeah.
Any questions, other questions from the board?
Well, the only other, does this library thing, how does it relate to distance learning, to COVID, all that stuff? I mean, is there, I don't know when this was crafted, but are there any, are there any, when I looked at it, it didn't seem that it was taking this matter into account. And as I see libraries, figuring out how to do stuff. Anyway, I mean, it's a great
This library is on our campus. They're going to be on our campus. So I know you guys, Dr. Garcia, must have a plan in place.
For the library?
Yeah. Interestingly, they provide staff for our library. And just to kind of to speak directly to your comment, Deborah, one of the reasons that we were able to have 100% of our students connected is that they got hotspots from the library.
Right.
So it actually, the partnership was very supportive of distance learning. Library staff, continues to do read alouds and other things, even over Zoom. There's a chance that we won't be able to rotate kids through the library in the fall, but it doesn't mean that our librarian can't do push-in library services to classrooms.
Cool. Wow.
Other board questions?
And just to be clear, the summary says it's 10,000, but this is a 3-year contract. And so it's 10,000 next year, but 12,006 for the next year and 13,230 for the year after.
Right. It goes up each year. But if you go back and look at their 17 to 20 contract, it was similar. They had estimated amounts every year, and then we just got the final bill for 1920, and it was not to exceed 10,000. And I think their calculation was $12,000 or $13,000.
So question, if we consolidate and unify, will we need that classroom for COVID-19 classrooms?
No, we will not. We have done the classroom load, not using the library.
Okay. Or Willow Creek's library?
Or Willow Creek's library at this time. They both could be used, but I don't think we'll need them. The projections that we've done and that Marika has done is that the libraries can remain libraries.
Okay. And then I assume that maybe we could expand this if we did both sites. Yeah.
Interestingly, the Sausalito Library has a similar agreement with Willow Creek. So I don't know that we'd need to expand it per se. I think we just model the partnerships between the two libraries on both campuses and do it that way.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, that's all my questions.
I have a question. So our current contract lapses at the end of the month, correct?
Yes.
And is there anything being provided over the summer?
I don't.
Traditionally, library services would have been provided over the summer for Freedom School because the summer guidelines are still pretty strict. I think there will be a librarian and an ability to check out books for Freedom School students, but it won't be the traditional student rotation through the library that we'd be accustomed to.
Is there an ability to terminate and renegotiate this contract, in the middle of its term? Where I'm going with these questions is, with all the discussion we're having about potential unification as early as this fall, we may want this to look very different. And if it's not time sensitive to the summer, then maybe we could wait a little bit until we get further in that discussion. If it is time sensitive, as long as there's a kind of an out to redo it, given unification, one of those two would seem to make sense to me.
Well, I think the only time sensitivity is, wanting to provide some library services, in particular for the, they're a big part of how we do Smarty Ants with the littles. And so we wouldn't want to lose that for the students that are here in Freedom School come July 1st.
And we still need to have those hotspots for the remote learning. And we're looking, this contract is looking to be lifted on July the 1st. So.
Yeah. So if we approve this tonight and then we decide to unify this fall, is there a provision in the contract to basically early terminate and restructure?
You can terminate. There's language in the contract, it can be terminated by either party.
Yes, it's numeral 2, term of agreement, alpha B.
I lost my internet. It's well,
Okay.
it's coming back up now. But
Yeah, so it says that this agreement may be renewed upon mutual agreement by the parties for the maximum of 1 additional 3-year term unless sooner terminated by either party.
okay.
So there's
Well,
an out.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay then.
I assume that it wouldn't be confrontational regardless, and we would sit down and just hammer out something new as needed. So I'm good with it.
All right, sounds great. Any comments from the public? All right. Need a motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
Are there
somebody-
There are no comments from the public.
I'll make a move for approval.
I just want to add real quick, this schedule at the back I just saw. So 116,000 is the amount of library support, and then they're only asking for 10,000 for $116,000 worth of services. Yeah, okay. I second. We haven't seconded this.
Yeah.
They like us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a remarkable.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. It was moved by Bonnie. Who seconded?
I'll second.
All right. Moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In a minute, folks, I'm gonna be in my kitchen making some eggs and bacon. Okay, because
I'm coming over.
we are in the
I'll
next
wear my
morning.
mask.
Oh, I'll be down.
We are into the next morning.
You know what, you guys? We're going to be seeing each other tomorrow night.
Yes.
So.
Not without a libation in my hand, I will not be seeing you tomorrow night. Are there any committee reports that need to be floated tonight, this morning?
Go ahead.
Oh, no.
Is the questionnaire out? Or is the survey out?
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes.
we're going to have a facilities committee meeting to go over it. And then I think a special at the next special, bring it to the board.
Okay.
And then we also we're going to do an ad hoc bond committee to get us through to the filing in August, just because there's things that come up. So I think that's might be on the next agenda.
Okay.
So
We meet next week, next Tuesday, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the unification task force, we're meeting tomorrow night. And then we're going to have the joint board meeting. Yes, we are meeting tomorrow. We weren't kidding, Ida.
No. Unification Task Force isn't meeting. We have a board.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's our board.
We're so used to meeting on Fridays as a unification task force now.
Yes.
It's become a ritual.
No, it's our study session. Yeah.
It's our study session with our board.
Yeah.
We've got some cool graphics to show you guys.
I was like, you guys are in beast mode. If you are meeting tomorrow and then the board meeting,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're meeting.
Wow.
I misspoke. Yeah.
All right.
And then it'll be the joint board meeting, and then it'll be work group, and then it'll be
Stop.
All right.
It'll be midnight.
It's a spoiler. You're
and then Deborah's gonna have a policy committee meeting, and then
There you go. Other board updates.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
Unless
there's some comment from the public.
I see no effort to comment.
All
I
right.
think we should really see which one of those names are actually there.
Dr. Garcia, when is our next meeting? We're on 1501, future meetings.
We do not have a regularly scheduled July meeting yet, but I am anticipating, given the study session on Friday and the joint study session on the 30th that we will most likely need a July meeting. So Steve has sent out some doodle polls for July availability. And at the very least, we'll need a meeting to call if we decide to move forward with the bond, to call for the bond resolution and file paperwork.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
For some reason, I have a board meeting on my calendar for July 9th. Is that wrong?
Well, that would be the second Thursday in July.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And traditionally, is it true that we don't usually have one that day?
Don't.
But well, I think our superintendent is on vacation then.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but and that wouldn't be. No, let's not do that.
No, that's fine. I just want to, if I'm going to delete it, like make sure I'm on.
So maybe we'd have a meeting on the 23rd or something.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we will know future board meetings when that happens. Future topics.
The ad hoc bond committee I mentioned, we need to put that on there.
Yes.
That's a special. That's for
Got us, Dr. Garcia, on that?
Yeah, I what I would like to do is we'll have a facilities committee meeting next week. As I said, I think maybe it's Tuesday. We'll bring forward several items at that facilities committee meeting, and then I'd like to follow it up with a special. One is the survey. The other is the ad hoc bond committee. And the third item is I had a very exciting meeting and some conceptual drawings presented me today about the development on the annex of teacher housing and district office, paid for completely by a third party. So excited to share that with the facilities committee and then with the full board.
Thank you, sir. That is a nice, yeah. It's good to hear that. This, folks, brings us to one of my favorite parts in the meeting.
I'll move.
It is adjournment. I would like to say thank you to those from the community who stuck in here with us.
Yeah.
We were only 40 minutes off our target. So thank you.
And thank you, everybody. And Steve, I just really particularly want to thank you for
Yes.
hanging.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you and condolences.
Our deepest condolences. And
Yeah.
I tell you, Steve, and the rest, my father's sister died this morning. So
Oh, no.
I've dealt with that. Yes, but she's a beautiful, beautiful lady. And her family is making arrangements for her. So
wow.
Oh, sorry, Ada.
Yeah.
All right.
Need someone to make a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second at 12:22 a.m. We are officially adjourned. Thank you, folks.
All in
Drive
favor,
carefully.
Oh, wait a minute.
Gentlemen, drive
All in
carefully.
favor, aye.
Oh, all in favor. Huh.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.